I'll probably call some of them.
Can I do the same?
Yes.
Okay, we have 5:30. Penny, good?
Yep.
All right, welcome everyone. This is the regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. Today is Thursday, May 27th. It is 5:30 exactly. This meeting is going to be continued until all items are complete. And I'd like to call this meeting to order. And we're going to start this with a pledge of allegiance, followed by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders. Mayor?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, a little bit of housekeeping. If everybody could take a look at their cell phone and make sure it is either on vibrate or turned off. Mayor, we have no proclamations or awards, correct?
Correct.
Right. So we'll move to item 4, deletions and changes to the agenda. We have a couple items here, and also we're going to cover potential action items from commissioners and mayor that we'll be covering on the comments. First one is there is a request to make item 17 time certain for around the 6 o'clock hour. We'll have to be after that. Do you have any thoughts on that? So are we okay with that? Okay, so we're not going to put that in a particular agenda order. We're just going to make that time certain for the upcoming item right after the 6 o'clock hour. For those of you in the public who are here because you are interested in item 18, which is a 48 plus minus acre PUD, that particular item has been tabled to June 10th.
Will be. That's what you'll hear. When we get to that item, you will make a formal motion, but I believe the intent is to table that.
Okay, so we will open the item up and then just table it. So if you're here for that, June 10th is when you will need to come back to that. And what else do we have? Do we have any potential action items coming up under commission comments?
Some comments, but nothing.
Okay. All right, we'll close that item. We have everything lined up. Next, Al Hadid. We have an update on the Dune Restoration Project. Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, I do have an update. I started to work with Mr. Whitson, your manager. He and I and your city attorney had a long discussion, bringing him up to speed on the project, and I feel very good about that meeting. It was a very positive meeting. I also wanted to tell you that one of the owners in the South 27th block, who is a purchaser of one of the properties, he confirmed today that he is going to sign an easement subsequent to his closing. So that's 75 foot on the ocean that will now be protected by the easement and the dune renourishment that follows. We answered all his questions. He wasn't sure why the seller had not chosen to execute the easement. I did learn though, as I think you know, that I engage with owners, whether they are yet to sign, but including those that have signed. They continue to, what's the status, what can I do, you know, those kinds of things, but you know, when is it going to be done, the kinds of things you occasionally ask me. And one neighbor, and I don't mention names purposely, one neighbor informed me that the current owner believed that because his house property was joined with the dune remnant, in other words, they were one parcel number, which is somewhat odd. Typically, they're different parcel numbers, but here they were joined because of the rule of Flagler Beach had a, well, not a rule, but an informal policy of requiring people to join their parcels when they build new log homes. I don't know if any of you remember that, we discussed that sometime back and determined that that was not an appropriate application of the rule. We changed that, so for that particular owner, I advise that owner, based on the action of the Flagler Beach Commission, that we have to unbind the lots for whatever reason they wanted unbound. So he sold, the purchaser is pleased. Now the neighbor, I'm back to the neighbor telling me that he believed that the current owner, not the purchaser, not the person who's going to sign, not the person who wouldn't sign, that because his parcels were bound as one parcel, that signing the easement meant that we could do the dune renourishment project across the entirety of his property, including where his home was. Apparently someone advised him that. I have no idea. The neighbor said somebody had advised him. He said, I was advised ABC. And I went and checked. I mean, obviously that's not true. I know you know that's not true. You know that's not the intent of the program. But who knows, maybe we said something accidentally. I don't know. So I looked at the draft of the easement and it's very clear. It says, your property east of A1A. So he was under this misconception, and I'm sure if you were led to believe that relative to your property, you'd be pretty concerned too before you'd sign a document. So I only mention that because it's an example of the kind of misinformation that has gotten in the way of being the ability to successfully conclude the project, which is a segue to my next point. You know, there are 3 properties in the South 2700 lot. They were taking care of one. There's another one where we have a pending offer. Hopefully we'll be able to conclude that one. But then there's a third one. And we have attempted to deal with this gentleman, and we just don't see any prospects. So at the last meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, they authorized us to pursue eminent domain against that property. That is the property located at 2732 South Ocean Shore Boulevard, who is owned by Leonard Searles. Now, Mr. Searles, in all our discussions, he never wanted any money. That was not the issue. The issue was a distrust of what the government was going to do with the project. You may have heard some of this. I'm sorry if I'm repeating it, but I'm doing it for a reason. It's not just to update you, but anybody watching, so that they understand. I don't know if these kinds of rumors start when we do the non-federal project, but it was his belief that regardless of what we said about documents, our frequently asked questions, our adopted resolution by the Board of County Commissioners, which you all know of, that we were going to surreptitiously, or someone else was going to plant sea grapes in the newly renourished dunes. I know I don't need to tell you, sea grapes are not native on the beach, and we have specifically said, no, we are not planting sea grapes, we're not planting cabbage palms, we're not planting palmettos, nothing against those species, that is the cabbage palm or the palmettos, they're native, but it is our intention that we're going to preserve the character of Flagler Beach, which is to maintain that open view. All of you know that they were 1,000% committed to that. Right? There's no question, I'm sure. So Mr. Searles had been actively telling individuals that were going to make use of the land, that we were going to eventually give it to the Army Corps, we weren't going to keep it. We could not trust the government. We might build things on the renourished dunes. I asked one of the neighbors, well, like what? Parking lot. Okay, as you all know, you can't even, you all know that you can't go trample on your dune, even if you owned it, right? You know the DEP has a law, okay? So I don't know. These kinds of wild stories come out and rumors, and it's very unfortunate. So we came to this decision, and we don't come to it lightly. We don't want to pursue eminent domain, right? You don't want to have to go to court. you wanna persuade people as much as possible, not take the court's time, because that time is scarce too. Our dollars are scarce, so we have to spend money to do a case. But what I'm concerned about is that some of these rumors will continue to operate in a way for other people that we're going to be approaching, and they might therefore not fully understand and comprehend what our intentions are. I do know that Mr. Searles has, I've tried, there have been many others that have spoken to him within the government, spent hours and hours on the phone. But despite what we provided, despite the assurances, the letters, or whatever we write, he does not believe that we are going to do what we say we're going to do. And just to put a point on that business about we might surreptitiously give it to the Army Corps or somebody else, no, we're not giving this property. I shouldn't say that. We're not giving our role in the protection of the beach to anybody unless obviously it's an authorized government that is going to perform the exact same work and be subject to the same requirements. In any event, I wanted to quash that so that people know. And why we decided to do the eminent domain proceeding, because I'm certainly open to his arguing these issues with the court and letting the court decide whether these possibilities are even remotely true. There wasn't, I have one final point to make, if I may. There was an article that published about our pursuit of the eminent domain, the authorization. It's the authorization to pursue eminent domain against Mr. Searles. It's a very, by the way, very accurate, very well done article. But there were comments that were posted, and this is the kind of repeat of what I've just been describing, misinformation. This is from a person who posted anonymously. We don't know who that person is. And the person says that why I'm going to leave out the cuss word. Why are we so bent on grabbing and taking these properties? I'm sure all of you know that we're not doing any physical taking of anything. The easement is only to grant permission for us to fix their land. We are not taking property. We are giving them property that they otherwise would have. The person also says that we should take these funds because there are other critical needs, which I don't necessarily disagree with, homeless and mental health issues. We should take all these funds that are dedicated to the beach and spend them that way. Now, obviously, the misinformation here is this individual doesn't understand these are earmarked funds, and these are coming from other agencies. These aren't even our local tax funds. So this is the kind of thing that I have to face when I'm out there. And I hope that if you, and I'm sure you will, if you hear anybody that's talking that kind of garbage, please respectfully set them straight. And if you need us to help in any way, you're going to let me anyway. So that's my report.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Commissioners or Mayor, any questions for Al?
Yeah, just the one person with the two lots. Everything's going well with that now?
We're I wouldn't want to characterize it. We're still in that process.
Okay. And if the eminent domain is successful, what happens to that property at that point?
Nothing.
It becomes county's property, or
No, we're not taking the property. We just gain the right to fix the property. The eminent domain, we're only asking for the easement.
Okay.
We're not asking to take the property.
All right. Well,
But I'm glad you asked that, because there are probably some people that think that.
That's a good clarification.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're not taking the property.
we don't even want it. We just want to be able to work on it.
That's right. We want to restore the beach to protect their property interests and their value.
All right.
Okay, I'm glad you asked that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Al?
I was going to just say thanks, Al, again. And for weeks, months, we've been coming up here,
Not a problem.
you know, every 2 weeks, give us an update.
I'll be here as long as it
It's a
takes.
lot of work and we really appreciate it.
And appreciate your
Unfortunately,
efforts.
you know, having been in the government for over 40 years in different entities, people do distrust the government for various reasons. And, you know, I don't condemn them, it's just, you know, people just dream up things and they believe it. So, you know, it is what it is, but we just continue to work on it. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So, no.
No, I would just repeat my answer.
Al, you're a trooper. Thank you. All right, next item is public comment. This is comments regarding any items that are not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak, however, comments should be limited to 3 minutes, and also please address all the comments to myself. So anybody who'd like to talk about anything not on the agenda, come on up. If you can, please state your name and address.
Madam Mayor, honored to be the first. My name is E.T. Sharp, live in 904 Central Avenue here in Blackbird Beach, halfway these last 18 months. A couple of meetings back, since I've been 9 years old, my mother, every evening, we lived in a very inner city area, a poor area, a lot of people. And my mother in the evening would have my brother and I walk around the block, and she'd walk with us to pick up the trash. It would kind of take our energy away. I've done that for 70 years. I've never failed an hour or two every day of my life. I get up early and generally do something useful to make my area livable and make me feel like I moved in and I done something. A few meetings ago, and you folks recognized me a few months ago, gave me a certificates of recognition. A few meetings ago, there was a lady here that had done something extraordinary regarding the dudes. She raised $45,000 or so, as I remember. Over a very short period of time, you gave her a certificate of recognition. And she probably hadn't spoken a lot publicly. I thought about what she was going to say. And when she walked away, she got a few feet away, she came back and she said, oh, and I would like for the people to get this to have free. People go to the dock, the pier for free. And everybody laughed about that. It was kind of a light moment. But something happened to me today that made me want to come here tonight and speak a lot more seriously, and I'll try to do this in 1 minute. For the last couple of weeks, I was cleaning up North Central Avenue. Think what these people are doing when I last couple of hours every morning. Until a couple of months ago, I've been here 18 months. And then I started going out 801A, and then I started going out and picking up the tires on the road, which is not done very well, and could use some help. And about 15 or 18 days ago, I started getting up at 6:30 or 7 in the morning. I thought this is what would be better and what I'd like to do. And I've loved this so far. I leave at 6:30 or 7 every morning from where I lived up at Breakaway. And I would walk out in the lane all the way to the end where the gas station is at, to the end of the pier, with my snatcher and a orange pail. I would pick up the trash in the cans. Recently we've changed our recycling to where we're taking aluminum cans and cardboard. And rather than cans go in the garbage, get thrown away to the dump. I'm the old hippie. I collected the cans. Yesterday when the guy came, I had 8 recycle bins completely full of unopened cans. They remarked about it. The dump truck driver got out and looked, just was fascinated. I'm going to do more and better every week. But this morning, and you'll notice A1A is getting a lot cleaner. A lot of people have been in the area. But this morning, when I got out and hit my beach and came back, now I'm picking up the trash and the cans. And when I get to the pier, I go up and I see those 2 or 3 trash cans out there. People throw their beer cans and stuff in there. I would have been asked to be here. I'm just picking up the trash and the aluminum cans. Can I just go to the end and back real quick? Check the garbage cans. Pick a big trash load. No, you got to buy a ticket. I said, I'm just going to be out. This is what I'm doing. I'm picking up the trash just for a minute. Well, you have to buy a ticket.
Mr. Sharp, remember to speed it up.
Well, I need 1 more minute, sir, if you don't mind. I'm just about done, as I said. And I think this is worthy to thank you. So anyway, what's it cost for a monthly pass? $100. Now thinking about this. And in all honesty, getting to the point here, we've been kind enough. I was the city councilman of Kentucky once. we're counting enough to pay gas mileage to people working for the city. I see here that I heard that there was talk, I could give maybe $600 to the new person that's going to work for the city relocation thing. That's nice. I'm not used to it in my world. I'm used to this. If I was a truck driver, if you took a job in another city, you got to that city. But I'm sure this person's exceptional, and you all make a wise decision. But whatever, with all of my heart, and not picking up the trash, if I get cuts and bruises on my legs, I gotta fix it myself, not the Band-Aids. The person that was here astonished me that cuts down all these trees and weeds that y'all invited to do.
Mr. Sharp, you have to wrap up.
Okay. If he gets dirty, he's gonna buy soap. If he ruins his clothes, he's gonna repay him. He said, use his gas. I would like to say, please, anybody that's earned one of these, and they spend a lot of time and effort before it gets to this point, and a lot of their money, I would like to suggest that you folks allow them and one guest, maybe a grandchild, a wife, or a friend, to have free access to the pier. And I think that's so simple. And if you can do these other things, you make a lot of people happy that have heard it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Come on up. If you can, state your name and address. Tracy.
Tracy Callahan, Hennessy, 1228 South Central Ave. I'm actually here tonight representing Flatbush Strong. We wanted to give the commission and the city a little update on what's going on with us. We're, as most of you know, we're a local volunteer program, but we have taken strides to grow further. We're now incorporated. We're a 501c nonprofit, and I'm so excited about this, I can tell you. We are now members of the Crisis Cleanup Hotline. And that means that the city of Flagler Beach now has direct access to that with feet on the ground, and it just means so much. If we hope we never have to use it in another natural disaster, we now have volunteers here that can have access to that program. So we're really excited about that. We're also wanting to expand above and beyond disaster relief, and we're kind of evolving, and we're not sure what that looks like. We do know that one of the legs of that is going to be geared towards the beautification and restoration of Flagler Beach. And that's something that's near and dear to me, and I've got all kinds of crazy projects that I want to do and get the ball rolling on. But before we even if we're able to have our first meeting, which is next week with our new board, the issue of the handicap beach access came up. So first of all, we want to let you know that we are here to support the city and the citizens any way we can. I think our primary function would be fundraising and donation of whatever you deem necessary. And I know that we are already ADA compliant, but I think we can do better. I walked the boardwalk the other day from Main Street South up to 4th Street North. I was surprised at how many handicap accesses we do have to our boardwalk, and we do have the ramp, and we do have the program with the beach wheelchairs, which are all great things. One of the things I noticed though is there's no signage. If you were driving through town and handicapped and stopped at our beach, you wouldn't really know where to go, aside from the sign for the handicapped parking spots. How would you access our boardwalk? Once you're on there, directions to the walkover. How would I obtain a wheelchair? So we definitely like to see some more signage and maybe a little PR campaign that we certainly can help out with. Then the ramp in general, and I talked a little bit with Tom about this today, about things that we could do to make the ramp that's existing actually accessible by a regular wheelchair. That being said, once they got to the bottom of the ramp, that's the end of their journey. So there's definitely lots of new products out there. And the mats, they're portable, they can be rolled up in inclement weather and all different things. And Flatbush Strong would really like the blessing of the city to go ahead and start fundraising on that and purchase that and donate to the city. I'm sure there's logistics you need to work out as where we go, who is responsible for maintaining it, that kind of thing. We all know that this is a project that is very near and dear to Larry, and it's something that we definitely want to move forward with, and whatever we decide as a community in a whole, would like to dedicate it to Larry. Again, our primary function is really to raise money. I would like to ask the commission to schedule a workshop. This way we can invite our handicapped citizens to come speak, tell us their needs, their concerns. They can hear from the city our needs and concerns, and obviously there's some things we just can't do. And just like the attorney was saying, it's better to hear from us and not let gossip say, well, the city doesn't want to spend money or this. I mean, we know there's a lot of restrictions. Our beach is moving every day. You can't just go build a permanent structure, and we understand that. So I think the workshop would be great for citizens and the council to be able to explain to each other our needs and what our abilities are. And
We have to wrap up, Tracy.
I'm sorry.
We have to wrap up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't get me. So anyways, that's really all I wanted to ask. And the flag was strong to be a presence at the workshop, and so we can figure out how much it's gonna cost and what we need to do.
Question.
Sure.
Has your group met with the city manager yet?
So I've been speaking with the city manager as well as, started with the woman on Facebook that started the petition. That's what kind of opened the conversation. So Willie and I have discussed, I spoke with Tom today more, and we've got some ideas and some thoughts. Because of the public and the social media aspect, I think it would be prudent to have a workshop and give them all an opportunity to speak before we move forward with decisions.
City manager, did you want to meet first to get that buttoned up more? Because I think that would need to come up as a possible agenda item or something.
Yes, sir. We've been speaking, and I've arranged for meetings, and we're gonna get it done. I like the idea of a workshop, so we just work it in the schedule. Right now, I'm in the middle of budget, as you know, and I'm backed up because I just got here, and there should have been a lot more work done on the budget before I got here. So we'll just have to work it in the schedule. But other than that, I'd be happy to do that.
And Commissioners and Mayor, do you have any questions for Tracy?
This is actually a question to Mr. Whitson. I know that you're going to be forming a volunteer coordinator now. I'm thinking that maybe this would be something that would fall under that purview, that individual to work with the many volunteer groups that we're probably forming and having to work with the city.
Yes, sir. That's one of the ideas that we had, was that we probably have a lot of things we get done collectively together. And maybe it's time for the city to recognize that and step forward and create a central point of coordination that can make those things happen. I think it'd be a great partnership. Love to work with Tracy and her group. And, it's just a matter of working it in my schedule because I'm kind of packed up right now. But I'll be glad to do it.
Yeah, and so we can kind of get that lined up and then bring it forward as an agenda. Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions or comments for us?
No, I really see this. I would love to have a workshop with, as Mr. Whitson said, kind of out of the blue right now.
Well, this way, Tracy, what we can do is y'all can get that tightened up, and then that way the workshop has a very clear purpose, and when the public comes, it won't be sporadic or much ideas all over the place. Commissioner Fulton.
Tracy, you talked a little bit about the beautification as well. I was going to talk during commission comments about Silver Lake Park and how it needs some loving. My daughter's parked in so I'm hoping that your group will be
Definitely something we can bring up at our meeting on Tuesday.
wonderful.
Yeah.
You can take a drive by there. It's some pretty good. Yeah, need some TLC.
We have a lot of areas in details.
Yeah. So we definitely welcome them.
And Tracy, did you take this group over from someone else or something?
No, we have a board of 7 board members. There was a gentleman that actually did all the paperwork for us. He kind of deemed himself executive director. So that kind of didn't go anywhere because we weren't all on the same page. He has since stepped down. So we're having our first official meeting with the new board on Tuesday. So you'll be hearing a lot more from us.
Yeah, that's what threw me off, is I thought there was that other person, whoever that was in charge of it.
He decided to step down, and you'll be hearing a lot from us.
Okay, so you and the city manager will get together.
I do have something. There are other Flagler Strongs out there in the world. I know that the former gentleman that who created the 501c3 got all the paperwork done. So it is your name. you know.
So we're actually changing all the paperwork to our 7 board members' names. And
No, that's not where I was going. The name Flagler Strong
yes,
is your group's
yes,
name.
it's the name of our organization.
Yeah, and I don't know what we do without the fact that there are other Flagler Strongs.
Embrace it, let them, it's free PR. I'm not.
Here you go.
Doing something we don't like, then we might have to have a conversation. Johnny from Oceanside had no idea when he printed those shirts. Now he's hosting our first fundraiser, so it's gonna work.
We're gonna have to wrap this.
Okay,
And then you will go city manager.
yes,
All right, sounds like y'all are on something really good. Thank you, Tracy.
okay, thank you.
Anybody else for public comment? All right, if you can, please state your name and address.
Sorry, Steve Dowling, 1764 Winsong Circle. Real quick, I was wanting to know who I talked to about a bench at 17th Street North Walkover. Second thing, I already checked off, was a question about the pier and the handicap. I just observed people having a hard time using it. Next thing is speed limit on the north side of A1A. Good thing they got the double yellow lines. I'm amazed nobody got head on passing in the lane that people turn into out of their streets, because nobody looks right when they come out of their streets. So the double yellows help. The speed limit 45 is way too high. Notice 25 a lot of places. Whoever we have to talk to, because 45, meaning the old 55, walk across the street or anything is way too fast. They don't want to drive 6 miles on this road at 25. They need to go to a different road. I mean, I'm just thinking it's way too speedy. Now, the stop sign on all these entrance roads have a white line where you're supposed to stop, not at the street. Either you need to repaint them and put out a memo because people don't know how to stop until they get to A1A, and they're going to kill somebody. I'm amazed that nobody pays attention to this, and people here apparently don't know how to drive. Either it's visitors or they live here, that they never look right. And if you're walking down the sidewalk, riding your bike, I'm amazed nobody's been killed. They just come flying up, look left, nobody's coming, and they just keep going. So the white lines are there for a purpose, and I'm assuming they learned that at the driver's ed 40 years ago. And I got a question about the broken sidewalks, where they've been broken by people building houses, repairing houses. How soon do they have to fix them? It should be immediate once they get them broke. There should be a plan in place, and they should get them fixed. Because there are sidewalks, and they're all broken. So that should be done, and there should be somebody on them with a date due when it should be completed. That's the job of somebody in the city to do this. The bathrooms at the pier, I was amazed after all this time that somebody had to put in where you put in, get hand soap and dryers and water by not having to turn dials. I mean, when you shut everything down over a year ago, somebody should have said COVID, because you all panicked about it anyway, and we couldn't walk in the sand. Someone should go into those bathrooms and not have to turn the water on. And then wash your hands and turn the water off. So someone needs to update those to make them just like motion activated. And the other thing you had on there was already on there on your agenda for the budget. I'm assuming that money coming from the American Rescue Act, someone needs to go here and the county to make sure when they get the money that we should not have to pay for things for a long time to get your share, so we don't have to raise taxes. So I'm assuming as you're working on the budget, somebody's got to hammer that one home. So I think that's all the things I had on the list. I just had a lot of stuff. Several things were already being talked about. I just don't know where to go to get answers. Why I can't get things completed.
All right, so this is a big work list.
Well, I figure y'all need something to do. You live at the beach, you can't be doing nothing.
This gentleman right here, city manager, is the person that's going to handle pretty much 99% of that. City manager, are you okay with meeting about these items? This is too much to try to work in public comment.
Yes, please take notes, and just so the commission knows and the public, after every meeting, we have a list. I assign it out to the staff. There's a memo that goes out saying, get this done. Okay, so, it may take a few times. We have a lot more requests for things to be done than we have people to do. But we will get on it. We will follow up. That's my style. That's what I like to do. And so when he knows, we have a list that we make, and it goes out every week, and there is a staff person assigned to get that done. And if I keep hearing that it's not getting done, then we have a little talk, and that's not good. So
And before you're done, I just had a question. If you could specify what you meant by bench on 17th Street walkover.
Well, I noticed a lot of people had benches. Now, when I first came, we moved here a couple years ago, and I asked about picnic tables. Which I understand you can't get picnic tables put in because of the Florida Department of Transportation, or too close to the road, somebody get killed, or whatever they're afraid of. But we don't have a bench. So when I first talked about the picnic table, we weren't gonna get ours redone. Well, they did ours anyway. Made it narrow, made the steps steeper. Whoever decided to do it, I don't know. But they didn't come and ask, we don't have a bench. You have people that can walk over there but can't get down to the beach. All these other ones have benches. Some of them have 2 sets of benches on the walkovers. We should have a bench at the top, like a restaurant piece. It doesn't go into the dune. I noticed all the rest of it. It's just the planks on the top are longer, put the bench on the end, doesn't go into the dune. Although, anyway, so that should have been done, and someone redid it. They should have asked somebody how we wanted it done. They redid it, so whatever it cost to put that in, somebody needs to do that.
Alright, so we can have the follow-up.
That's been,
Just fast question, did it have a bench before they?
No, it did not.
Okay, that's
FEMA does
Oh, I
not.
understand it didn't, but the point is, how do the rest of them have it? A bunch of them have it.
They had to conform.
they beat the deadline, they got grandfathered in. So any walkover that was redone
I understand.
could not expand beyond its original footprint. So,
FEMA
we're not-
has these rules if it was put back with federal dollars, they're not pay one more nickel to do anything different than what was there before.
Well, it was, environmental protection too, isn't it?
It doesn't touch the beach.
Yeah,
It doesn't
it's
touch
not
the
that.
rim.
It's,
I'm saying
that's
that's
state development, that's there, so.
That we can't work this right now. Okay. That'll be for, you to meet up with the city manager for, and they go through the list. But thank you. Alright, anybody else for public comment?
I'd just like to comment on his thing. I applied, Doug O'Connor, 2740, South Ocean. I applied for a permit to put a walkover in my new house. They will not allow any decks. They will allow a walkover only, and that is DEP and everything. I paid for engineering and everything, and they said, we'll give you a stairway, but no deck. So just so you know.
Any other members of the public? Mr. Pizzulli, you can give us your name and address.
Joseph Pizzulli, 313 North 8th Street. Just to clarify even more, the dune walkover bench I'm trying to design one myself. DEP will not allow benches. They'll allow the deck. You have to be a certain height over the dune, railings, stairs down, no more benches. You're not grandfathered in anymore. You can't do it.
So this is a rule that's changed.
It's changed. I just checked it this week. But while I'm here, a couple of items. I have a list as long as the gentleman. Things that I noticed just living here and walking Charlie, my dog, around all the time and whatever. I live near the Catholic Church, and on Sundays, I wish we could have speed humps or something. And I did tell the chief of police once, and the cop would show up during the times of mass and watch. But I have to tell you, my 30-mile-an-hour speed limit is 50 on the day of the church, the mass, about 5 minutes beforehand or 5 minutes after because they're late. I wish there's some way we could control Sunday mornings. I was going home north on A1A the other day, and someone passed me, who's so impatient. He passed me, went around the whole yellow line. He passed me going north, right in town. My wife has told me twice that on weekends she's tried to pull out into A1A, and twice she came home shaking. She almost got T-boned. Other cities that I've lived in have something called a sight triangle. So when you live on a corner or you park cars on a corner, in Fort Lauderdale you have to be 90 feet back from the corner. Others 45 feet. We have no sight triangle rules in this town. It is dangerous. The other day I tried pulling out on the weekend and I almost got T-boned. And you know, it's a little different when it happens to you, and I had empathy for my wife, but it almost happened to me, and it's a different story because I started shaking. We have a serious health, safety, welfare issue in this town, and it's because of parking too close to corners. I'm sorry, we're going to lose. One day somebody's going to die. The city's going to get sued. FDOT will get sued. but we really should pay attention to that now. We're gonna lose 80 parking spaces, 100 parking spaces, whatever it takes, but we'll save somebody's life. Stop signs, every morning Flagler Avenue is almost like A1A. People divert, headed south, and they just blow through stop signs because they can avoid the traffic light. Again, it's just, Flagler Avenue is, I don't know if I want to live on Flagler Avenue. Cleanup, I even saw poor Walt out there lately sweeping up in front of this place. Now, we can't make business people clean up, but I wish there was something we could do to clean up. I mean, cigarette butts and straws in front of some of these establishments, it would be really cool. Condemned structures, I don't know, there's a big blue tarp on a building for over a year. There's an abandoned car and behind the pizza joint right across the street. But more importantly than anything, I really think that our site triangles really need to be investigated. We're waiting for somebody to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. It's interesting, city manager and I was just talking about that less than 24 hours ago. Anyone else for public comment?
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I'd like to address that last comment briefly.
Absolutely.
I have a meeting with FDOT officials tomorrow, and as you know, that is on my list. And I have a very long list to discuss with FDOT. But, you know, it's a process, it will take time, but that is definitely on the list, because I was sitting at Lamberger the other day watching all of this take place, and I'm like, oh my God, we have to do something. So I'm on board, I see it, and we'll start the process.
Also, did you have speed as part of that discussion too?
I did. I think we need traffic calming. I don't think there's anything wrong, even though it's a state highway, and they control it, and they get to set the rules. But I think for the safety of our community, there's nothing wrong with asking people to slow down as they come through our community.
Thank you. All right, so we talked earlier about having a time certain item, which is item 17. Do we have anybody else for public comment before we close? All right, closing public comment, we'll go to item 17, which is time sensitive. And Drew, is that one you read?
No, I don't have to read it, but on this one, because I know there are ex parte communications to disclose, I was going to ask if there are any ex parte communications on this one to disclose communications with the applicant or anybody else about anything substantive related to the case or the item.
All right, Commissioners and Mayor, anyone have any disclosures?
No.
No, just go by the property, like we're not popular.
Okay, Commissioner Miller.
I spoke to the gentleman after the bar board meeting for a couple minutes, just to get an understanding of what he was going to do.
And having had that conversation, are you still able tonight to make a fair and unbiased decision on the evidence testimony presented to you tonight?
Forward, backward if you go too fast.
Okay.
Just point it at the machine.
And we'll turn this over to Mr. McFadden. You got this? Well, welcome. Changing chairs.
It looks different on that side.
Yeah.
This is an application for a single family home.
Hang on.
The residence is at the corner of 22nd North and Ocean Shore. It is a through lot. The applicant is looking to have a driveway entering onto A1A. The City of Flagler Beach updates staff report. Planning is on the architectural review board. Have we done? No, we don't.
Who do you want? You want to see that? So you can read it?
Yes.
There we go. There you go.
The architectural review board has a meeting May 4, voted unanimously to approve a special exception request with conditions, supported staff determination that the proposed off-street parking space driveway situated on the easterly side of the property did not satisfy the requirement. Section 2.06.01, the land development regulation, LDR, as follows. The board is recommending approval or denial of use shall provide findings whether the requirements of the land development regulations 2.06.01, 1 through 7 are met. Staff reviewed standards and conclusions that the following standard is not met as it relates to the proposed easterly off-street parking driveway. Special exception use standard 2, that the use is so designated, located, and proposed to be operated that the public health, safety, and convenience will be protected. The site is requesting the driveway on the easterly side of the property. It is a single wide drive. The proposal is to back up onto A1A. We do have parking on the westerly side of A1A, which would obstruct the vision of the vehicles backing up onto A1A. Sideline open and influence, speed 45 miles an hour, and that was just brought up by an individual, Mr. Pizzoli. The property does have a golf cart access on 22nd. It has a full driveway on North Central. This is a residential footprint. Staff's justification of findings, the intersection, approximately 65 to 70 feet, vehicle turning south, backing out, maneuver is unsafe. Therefore, through traffic, north and south backing out maneuver, unsafe, subjecting pedestrians, bicycles, motorcycles, etc. to potential unsafe settings. Safety and welfare speed, 45 miles an hour, exponential increased safety and welfare concerns that can otherwise be avoided, high volume of street parking, at times along North Ocean Shore Boulevard and North 22nd Street, line of sight obstruction on street parking along North Ocean Shore and 22nd, while attempting to back out and maneuver south or north. Primary egress, approximately situated on the westerly side of the property of North Central. Traffic volume assumed to increase in time, unsafe conditions intensify. Corner lot, residential driveway, ingress, egress, North Ocean Shore. None. The entire length of the corridor. Driveway backouts onto North Ocean Shore. There are 5 in the entire length of North Ocean Shore. Driveway backouts at South Ocean Shore. There are 11 or 12.
recommendations from the board. Intersection approximately 65 to 70 feet. Turning south, back out, maneuver, unsafe. Major.
I think you covered
Nope,
that.
same thing. Pardon?
I think you covered that list.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'll get you that. Mm-hmm.
This is the building adjacent to the property in question. It is a commercial building with parking. Pardon? Oh, this reverse.
That's the site.
Yeah, it got turned around.
Okay, it's turned around, yes. Yes, it is. I'll turn around. Okay. Proposed off-street parking driveway location. Special exception standard inconsistencies. That the use is so designated, designed, located, and proposed to be operated that the public
At
health,
F5,
safety,
Drew.
welfare.
F5. Sorry. Clicker.
Yes, sir.
Oop, I went too far. Were you there? No? I'm sorry. There.
Nope.
Apologize. You
And,
are the last
Drew,
one.
just for clarity while we're looking for the slide, the special exception is due to the A1A access, not the entire property?
Yes.
No. The special exception is for residential and tourist commercial. The recommendation, if you look at page 2 of 7 of the agenda materials, you see the recommendation there. The recommendation from that your staff has provided is to approve the special exception, but to not allow the drive, that's this drive that Mr. McFadden is discussing. That's why he's going into detail on the drive, is because your staff is asking you to not allow, to, as a condition of approval of the special exception, to not allow that access.
Okay, good, that's why I wanted to clarify what the exact special exception we were talking about.
Yes. The actual special exception is for residential and tourist.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, sir.
I've lost that slide. It's not up there. Neither are those two.
It's in the handout.
Well, I think we got it.
Yeah.
It's in the handout.
Okay.
Yes.
And, alright, so, do we have the property owner here? And, if you can, if you would like to present anything for us for consideration, by all means, just state your name and address, and you can go ahead and, present items for us for consideration.
So, Joseph Pizzulli, architect, Flagler Beach. I am architect for Mr. Donahue. This is Raymond Donahue, whose property we're discussing. Hopefully in your packet on SP1, you have an site plan 1, because that plan is not up there. And if you could go back to the site plan, if you got a pointer. That one there.
Yeah. It's
Okay. So, right now, this is a tourist commercial. And when my client purchased this is tourist commercial. When my client purchased this, he went to the city, and unfortunately, he was given the wrong zoning information. It didn't talk about, you couldn't have a driveway off his 22nd. It did talk about front setback 25 feet, side street 15 feet, but no one ever discussed with him the fact that he can't use 22nd as a driveway, and it's because it's tourist commercial. We had to widen this driveway here so that we could come around to get into the golf cart access, which is right there. So in your SP1, if you've got a site plan 1, you can see that the driveway does a dog leg around to the north to get into the golf cart access because we can't use 22nd Street. This also caused us to have to put in a retaining wall to just get into the golf cart access. Now, none of this was given to Mr. Donahue when he did his due diligence before he closed on the property. Also, Mr. Donahue's mother is also living in this residence with him. She has a disability. This driveway was for her to be able to pull in, and then we had painstakingly designed a sidewalk that comes around like a bulldoze, so that it's a very gradual step up, so she can get to the front door of this property. And you can see that on your site plan. Do you have the right site plan? Okay.
So, a site plan, I was kind of showing, giving him a heads of where you were talking about.
Okay, excellent. So, we knew we needed a special exception. I mean, I try to always do my homework before anything. I wasn't even aware that for some reason, tourist commercial, you couldn't come in off the side street with the driveway. So we had to work with that, and then we worked with Larry to do the best we could with that sidewalk gently going up to the front door, because the actual front door to the house is off of 22nd. So we have to come, there could be cars parked in front of their front door that they have to walk around the car to get to the front steps to go up to get to the foyer of their house. We worked all that out, and you can see that on the plan. There's also a fire hydrant on the corner where, cars aren't supposed to be parked here. There's a fire hydrant here. And let's get back to the fact that we don't have a site triangle rule. And there's more than 6 structures on the south side or on the north side of town that back out into A1A. There's short-term rentals on North 8th Street that back out onto A1A. 2 of them that were just built within the last 2 years. There's other, Sally's Ice Cream, there's Atlantic RV, there's a brand new house being built that got a special exception just north of 705 and is going to back out into A1A. So I don't understand why we can't back out into A1A. We're letting it happen in the CRA. We don't have slight triangles. It's dangerous driving around anyway. So why now punish this gentleman for something that he wasn't given the proper information when he did his due diligence? It's sad. We got to deal with it. But I think there's a sidewalk, there's a 15-foot easement where they park. There's a 6-foot sidewalk, and there's a 25-foot another easement, and then his property. So we could literally back out, turn around, and go out forward if we wanted to. I saw cars parked going in the wrong direction this weekend. They were parked going south when they're on the north side. We were not enforcing. So it's sad. It's an unfortunate situation, but the facts are the facts. I mean, you can say that there's a 1 through 7, and Larry didn't recommend approval, but everywhere else in the city we're letting it happen. So unless you really change and follow through everywhere, Why would it just be this one condition?
Okay, and, homeowners, any other comments or anything before we start talking? Okay, alright, let's bring it back forward here. Commissioners and mayor,
Not to interrupt you, Chair, but do you want to allow public comment before or after you begin to deliberate as a board?
I would say, well, I'd like to talk a little bit amongst us first, then we'll open up the public comment. Commissioner Bryan.
I agree that it may not be fair, but the thing that you just brought up yourself, Mr. Zoe, is the fact that we have cars that drive 50 miles an hour on A1A. And just because it's been approved before, I don't necessarily agree with the fact that we should continue to approve it. The other thing that I would like to consider, in front of my house, I don't back out normally because I also have a pull-in in front of the house. So I guess this is a suggestion, because I'm looking at the lot there. Is it a possibility that you can have like an L shape where an individual pulls in, where they have the ability to back up and pull out, not necessarily having to back out into the street? But that's just my comment and suggestion, because, and I understand that, there are some errors that we have in the street, but that's why we have a new city manager, that's why we have a new city commissioners here as well, so that we can look at some of these deficiencies and try to make the corrections whenever it's appropriate. So that's my comment.
Okay.
I do. True, it actually says in our OBRs that it's commercial, you can't have a driveway on the side streets. We have houses that are into its commercial.
I have not looked at it. Yeah, I have not looked for that, so that's the first I'm hearing it too, but it's not something I've gone and looked for either, so I can't actually assume that the comment was accurate.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to look into it, but I know that we have houses in tourist commercial that were approved as special exceptions that are on the side streets, and their driveways are on the side streets.
It may not be no driveways on side streets. It may be corner lots potentially. That might make sense. There's another access point to not put it on the side street if there was access to a non-side street. So it may involve corner lots. But again, have not looked at it myself.
Because to me, I think it would be dangerous to allow this driveway unless you can make a turnaround. And even with that, when we prevented the people who took over the Bank of America from keeping the drive-through because it was dangerous for people walking past or driving past. So I would not want to approve another driveway on the event. But if we could build a driveway on the side street, that would be a lot safer. And then maybe you could make access to the mother of part of the house. Yeah, but that was my comment.
Commissioner Phillips.
Rick, I'd like to ask a question, just from my understanding. So there's gonna be a driveway coming off Central, correct?
Yes.
Is there gonna be a garage back there? Or is it just a driveway? Under the house coming off of Central? Okay, so you can take your car out of your garage off of Central and access Central. I mean, out of your garage and access Central, so you do have a point to get out of your home, is what I'm trying to say, not necessarily out of one.
But this is his mother-in-law. Separate.
Right, I understand it's a separate apartment, but will you be using that?
It's enough for being used, not being used upstairs.
You just come to the microphone.
Okay.
Commissioner Phillips, can you state the question?
Sure, so just talk a little bit about the driveway that's on Central.
The one on Central Ave is to a garage under the back of the house.
Okay.
We put the one on the front because they wouldn't allow us to put one off the side of my mother's handicap. She
Okay.
needs a ramp to get into the house.
Okay.
And the lot sits at an angle.
Okay.
So the front of the lot is much higher than the back of the lot. She would come up 2 flights of stairs to get into her house otherwise.
So mom's gonna enter off of Central.
No, she was gonna enter in front of A1A because it's much higher and it wouldn't be steps. We designed a walkway all the way around so there's no steps from that driveway. Because she's handicapped.
Thank you. That was my question.
Okay, Commissioner Belvin.
This gentleman bought a piece of property that has streets on 3 sides. He's only allowed to use one. I don't understand the reasoning of not being allowed to put a driveway off 22nd Street either. Otherwise, you would have designed it a totally different home. Indeed. And I know for a fact that there are corner properties. You know, one just built on South 9th Street. I don't think that corner was residential. It may or may not be, but that house, as an example, just got a CO less than 2 months ago. And it has the driveway on the side. As a matter of fact, it's where some of the pervious pavers are, and they didn't even put an apron where the driveway is. So somebody can park right in front of the driveway, theoretically. I just think it's, in my opinion, it's close to infringing on land use rights. You've got three roads to use, and the city only wants to allow to use one. And another question I have, if that was a commercial project going on there, what would they do then? They wouldn't allow parking there either?
I can't speak to your second question. I can speak to your first one. Access is access. Being on 3 streets does not mean you get 3 accesses. It's not a taking position. So I won't dispute your opinion, it's your opinion, but as far as the lawyer's opinion as to does it rise to the level of taking, absolutely not.
I hate seeing something go on in one spot and not be allowed in another, or vice versa. And it seems to be a double standard here for whatever reason. Especially after the property that was spoke of at the northwest corner of South 9th Street, to be specific. And like I said, this gentleman would have been able to design a totally different home if he had been able to access off of 22nd Street. I can't argue much about the access onto the A1A. I understand that was just your last chance of being able to get your mother into the house, off a level playing field. But if there were, they could have designed a circular driveway, go in on A1A and come out on 22nd. There've been any number of different designs that Joe could have created. They had just one little access off 22nd. I'm having a hard time with this because I'm seeing something being done differently in another area and he's not being allowed to do it.
Okay. Mayor Johnston.
Rick hit a lot of the points that I have regarding if it was a commercial property, and I keep hearing there's already additional properties, 7 to be specific, that have access off A1A, and I was curious if those were all the way through lots. They're not, and maybe that's why we have that.
I can't say that they all aren't, but I know the ones that I mentioned in the CRA, 8th Street, 7th Street, 8th Street lot, 7th Street, 7th to 6th, they're not through lots, and they have to back out in A1A. If we did have a slight triangle rule and no one could park on the corner, Larry said he wouldn't have an issue here. If he bought the next lot to the south of it, and it was a little further away from the corner, Larry, now he's not here, but I can tell you he probably would have shaken his head, yeah, I talked to Joseph about this. He said he wouldn't have an issue with it, because it would have given a little more reprieve from the corner. But there's a fire hydrant there, and people park in front of it all the time, you're not supposed to. And if we did have a safety site triangle rule, no one would be parking in front of this corner house, and backing out would be a lot safer. Irregardless of what we do, we need to get that site triangle in the books somehow.
Any other comments, Mayor Johnson?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Ryan.
No, I'm just gonna go back, Joseph, is there any way to alter or the driveway as I suggested, would you possibly pull in and then back up and
So,
go back out?
I did show a driveway that then turned 90 degrees north, and Larry was against it because of the grading, your driveway would be up at like 4 feet above the sidewalk, and then you'd have to have a retaining wall at the sidewalk, and then you'd have a railing on top of the retaining wall, and now his views from the pool deck, I mean, it just turned into another difficult situation.
Any other comments, Commissioner? My comments are, there are other driveways that back out onto A1A. And I don't know of many of them that are in posted 45-mile-an-hour zones. Either for Drew or Rick, what would it take to get this homeowner access from 22nd? And the reason why I ask is because I know a lot of properties that are in this exact scenario that have access to not Central, but the actual numbered street. Just on north, what is that, 12th or 13th, there was a big teal green house built that has side and central access. It was just built. And I believe that was also a tourist commercial. So it's odd that we can't, what would we need to do to make that happen?
If the code is what's prohibiting it, you can either change the code or the applicant seeks a variance from the code.
So a variance is possible. It's assuming that
You have to be able to prove all the criteria. That's always the challenge of the variance. And then whether or not you change the code is strictly a legislative function.
So we have that also to consider. Rick, do you know how that house on the north side got side and central access? You know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Is that, it's the exact scenario as this, minus it faces south versus north. Okay, let's open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Come on up. Please state your name and address.
My name is Barbara Syriac. I live at 2217 North Central, just around the corner from this site. And I want to say that we welcome this family into our neighborhood and would be happy to have this house built. But the driveway out onto A1A is a really bad idea. And when I've talked to there's about 10 families that live right on our street between 22nd and 23rd. Everyone that I've spoken to, in fact, almost used the same words, which was, that's insane. As we don't even go down 22nd Street to turn onto A1A because there's 2 restaurants, there's cars all over the place. Your site is obstructed to pull out forward off the street. When most of us leave our homes, we either go up past the car wash at 23rd or go down to 20th or 19th before we get out onto A1A. I don't know who would be liable when an accident occurred and somebody was injured. There's a lot of foot traffic there with dog walkers, bicyclists on the sidewalk and in the street. It's just a really bad idea to put a driveway out onto A1A, and just because it's been done in the past, I don't think you should keep doing it in the future if it's not safe. And 2 people spoke tonight about the traffic conditions on A1A. People are driving fast. Occasionally somebody crosses the double yellow line. It's dangerous. But we would like to see the house get there, so please let them build their house.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public who speak on this? No one else for public comment?
I'm her neighbor. I'm not the one, but I'm
Bring the mic, Kim.
I'm at 2211. My only issue is she's a disabled person, and I would not want my mother, who is disabled, pulling out, even if they were to back out and pull straight out. During the day, it is impossible to pull out there. It's 45. There are no driveways in the 45 miles an hour. Nothing going out onto 8 So, in my opinion, it needs to be changed to a different driveway. And they did to ask them to put an elevator in it, they could, and they was like, no, I'm not doing that, so, I don't know. But we would love another house, over a restaurant.
All right, thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this? All right, we'll close public comment. Staff, Rick, you got a comment?
Yes, Mr. Torino did say that if it were the next block south, that he would not have an issue. It was a close proximity to the intersection.
Right, you could have two cars trying to figure out how to get out at the same time, potentially go in the opposite directions. Okay. All right, public comments closed. Commissioners and Mayor, any other final thoughts or comments that you'd like to talk about?
I have a question. In regard to the sidetrack, I know that requires a change to our residential FMR. What all is involved with doing that in order to allow the visibility that's required for that corner? Because if we would move to the next lot, you're only talking on maybe another 25 to 30 feet to the next lot, which would allow it. I'm not in favor of backing out on A1A at all, simply because the traffic is not 45, it's more than that. And it's dangerous for anyone. I'm also concerned about life and potential accident and liability of our citizens.
So the site triangle question, if I'm understanding the discussion, which is, I understand how it's related to this, but it's also a separate conversation.
Right.
That actually, I would not see that as a land development code issue. That's a regulatory parking issue, where cars are being allowed to park. And under state law, you're only allowed to park so close to an intersection. That's already codified. And I think the site triangle that's being discussed, and Joseph, correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, but you're talking about site triangles from any curb cut as opposed to the street intersections that state law currently regulates. And so that point, the point that I believe they're making is if we had a regulation that prohibited you from parking within X number of feet from any curb cut, that would alleviate the safety concern.
Okay.
Just for clarity, is that what you were referencing, Mr. Pavilion?
That's exactly what I'm referencing, and I was just surprised that that doesn't exist in our little town. Now, 20 years ago when we were a sleepy town, that may have been okay, but we're discovered and we're not sleepy anymore. And I don't know what it would take just to get no parking from this 22nd corner, 100 feet in or whatever, 50 feet into the next lot. That would certainly probably change all your attitudes, I would think. Is that an FDOT thing?
Speed limits?
Or do we have?
He's talking about to eliminate parking.
Just
limit parking.
So our city, even if we had a site triangle regulation, we couldn't apply it.
Because it's parking, we might be able to regulate it. Yeah, it's not moving traffic. We maybe we'd have to look into it. But that being state highway, that does at least create a wrinkle. But if you're parked in the wrong way on the state highway, we can regulate parking. So we might go find a way there.
I do know this is kind of when Johnny D's first opened when it was on 10th Street North. He had no parking signs all the way past put on his property past his restaurant, so no one could park in front of it. Now, I don't know if somebody didn't like him, put the signs up, but it happened overnight. So I don't know why whoever that person was couldn't do the same thing.
Well, let's, we need to keep this discussion up here.
May I ask Mr. Mazzilli a question?
Yes.
And this is one the board can weigh in on too, by all means, because I'm, again, just looking for solutions. Joseph, if the board were to approve the special exception tonight, with the condition, not saying, I'm not advocating one way or the other, it's not my role in these decisions, but if they were to do that, with the condition in place regarding the access to A1A, but include in that motion that they will review that in 90 days, giving themselves some time to look into the slight triangle issue, would that make any difference on the build aspect of this? Would it allow your client to move forward, begin moving forward, not tie him up time-wise, and not a good or bad yet on the drive, bad for today, but an option of being good in the future if the board has time to deal with the slight triangle issue? Because I think what I'm hearing from the board is, they're hearing what you're saying about site triangles, and if the legislation was a little bit different, maybe they'd have more room to work. They just don't have it today. So, and if you want to consult with your
Well,
client,
before you go on with that, to me, it's more than just the site triangle. To me, even if you could see better, I still think it's a dangerous thing to be backing out onto A1A. You've got more than 45 miles an hour traffic there. You've got people walking and they're walking where they're listening to their phones or whatever, they're not paying attention. It's hard enough at a crosswalk to not hit somebody because they're not paying attention. I think there's a lot. I would rather go through, if we can look at what the variance issues are and see if there's some possibility there to put the driveway on 22nd Street. Can you do that? The variance?
it's the one that's going to be the one that's
there
going
a
to be the
hardship?
It has to be, there cannot be a hardship. There has to be a hardship. It cannot be a self-created hardship.
Well, he's got a handicap mother,
The hardship has to be related to the land itself, not to the people residing there. That's the challenge, and that's what I was kind of discussing with Mr. Gazuli over there a while ago. Was actually asking if they wanted at least me to put a suggestion out there where you could table and give them time to pursue a variance, possibly.
That is a feasible thing because
they have indicated to me
slope,
that they're,
because of the slope of that property.
At this time, they've indicated they're not interested in pursuing a variance. So unless that's changed with the board bringing it up, when I brought it up a few minutes ago, I got the.
So we've kind of come full circle. All right.
Yeah, and unfortunately Larry's not here, but I know I designed on South 13th Street, there's a double lot on A1A and it's zoned general commercial. And I designed a 2-story motel and you parked underneath it. And Larry allowed me to come into the parking lot, which had to be on the east side of the building just because of the circumstances of the depth of it. So I don't know what the difference between general commercial is and tourist commercial. But when it was a hotel motel, I was allowed to come in from the side street to get into the parking lot. I'm not, and Larry's not here, so I don't know.
But you're back to variance again.
Where to get in? Well, I didn't have to have a variance for the hotel motel when it was GC.
Right, but you're looking at a zoning change.
Well, I don't know.
Or a code change. That does not necessarily mean a zoning change. You don't have to change the zoning of the property. They could request the council change the way your code is written so that it would allow tourist commercial residential to have that side street access, even if it has access.
In other words, what he's saying is that a commercial project was given different standards than residential project, and that was one of my biggest concerns. Would the standards be different if it remained commercial? Are we taking this too far by changing?
Well, again, I know when we had parades, we wind up on North 6th Street. There are houses on North 6th Street which are in tourist commercial spots I know. And they face 6th Street and they drive them on 6th Street. So it seems to me like.
Well, that goes back to my question. That goes back to my question of were they thorough all the way through lots where they had the option?
They were through lots. Well, they're between Central and A1A. So there are, like 2 or 3 houses.
So they had no other choice.
Right.
That's correct.
This has a choice.
Of
because it has Central Avenue.
Right, it's through up.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep this moving. I'm gonna run down the line here. Let's go for, comments. Mayor Johnston, comments.
No.
Commissioner Bryan.
I can't see improvement at this particular point because I think there's just too much of a liability.
Well, by approving, remember too that we have really two issues, and we spent the bulk of the day talking about a condition recommended, but staff's recommendation is for approval of the special exception with the condition not allowing the access on A1A.
Right, you're allowing them to build a house in tourist commercial, but the recommendation from our board would be you would not allow the driveway to access A1A.
In that case, I would approve with those conditions.
Okay, Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yeah, I don't want to keep the man from being able to build a house, period, so, I'm certainly not going to deny it, special exception. I was hoping that somehow we could put this aside for a little bit till we knew for sure that there was no other possible way of designing this. So, yeah, I would, without the driveway.
And regardless of action here, the homeowner could still pursue other options also, regardless of decided this in front of before us if they chose to or something like that.
Yes, I was going to mention that when everybody had their opportunity, but even if you don't formally do, where I was kind of thinking maybe provided a pathway, is if you approve it with the condition in place tonight, whether on the applicant's motion or your own, you can look at the code, you can look at the site triangles, and you may find that in doing something else, you create an opportunity for the applicant, and if it's done good enough in time, that may give them an opportunity to amend their building permits and do something more in line with what they're trying to achieve. Okay. So that certainly is an option, yes, sir.
And I'm in favor of allowing the house to be built with the condition that the driveway not be allowed. And I'm still getting back to what Drew was saying, even if we were to change, and I think we should, to site triangles. To me, it's more, there's another issue besides.
Well, I wasn't, that time I wasn't even speaking specific to the triangles. Maybe you look at the code with access to side streets. You know, maybe there is something else that comes up if you take a look at them where you see an opportunity to create something that works with what they're trying to accomplish, whether it's access on A1A or not. I just wanted to make the point that is always available to you to address legislatively what sounds like the consensus will not be to quasi-judicially.
This is not part of our land development code rewrite.
Everything is part of your land development code rewrite. I don't think this specific issue is not part of what they've been looking
for. But we could add that as long as we're doing.
You could ask us to look at it, absolutely.
That's pretty far away.
Well, if you add anything to your land development code rewrite, I know that the draft is forthcoming, but it's a lot for you to review. So if you're expecting anything to happen quickly, I would not add anything to your land development code rewrite that you want to happen in the near term.
Okay, thank you for that.
Commissioner Phillips, any other comments?
No comments. I would approve the special exception with conditions as well.
Okay, we've already had public comment. Look for motion.
I make a motion that we approve the request for a special exception number 210501, with the condition that the driveway on A1A.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch with the condition what?
With the condition that the driveway onto A1A not be allowed.
Second.
This is a roll call, right there?
Yes, just catching up. Sorry. Commissioner Bryan.
Yes.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. All right, we'll go back to the beginning here. Consent agenda. All right, so under consent agenda minutes, we have letter of intent for the Mack truck, and we have approving contract for disaster recovery consulting services. Commissioners or mayor, do you have any Items under consent agenda that we're talking about. Commissioner Mills? Okay, minutes.
I already had the minutes, so I don't talk about that. Yes, number 8.
Case for Uncle Dave. Alright, well, let's do these individual then. Alright, first thing, let's cover minutes.
On page on page 4 where the ordinances are listed, I'd like to see us add the terminology of final reading on these 3 ordinances. So that it goes down our record.
In other words, you just want to distinguish first from second reading.
Okay, is that it?
Is that?
Commissioner Mills, you had some 4 minutes?
If it was already changed, so you got to revise. Today.
Okay, got it, revised copy.
So, no, I don't.
Okay, any other, commissioners or mayor have comment on minutes?
No.
I'll open up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on minutes? Seeing none, close public comment, look for a motion.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes as amended.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 8. That is you, Rob Smith. And Rob Smith, I'll let you go first on this. You can take us through this, give us the clip notes.
All right, evening commissioners and mayor and city manager. I'm here to talk about garbage trucks on the way in. So what you have in front of you is 2 proposals for 2 pretty different trucks. The trucks that we've purchased in the past have been a tandem axle or 3-axle truck with a 33-yard can. These 2 trucks are a single axle 20-yard container in the back. So the reason I'm looking at buying this truck for our department is that fuel economy is better, easier to get around town with, obviously a lot cheaper cost up front. When I came aboard last year, we were getting through 2 days with the trucks that we have now, the 33-yard trucks. Now we're not getting through. We can't get through 2 days with picking up either residential or commercial. So reason being, going with a smaller truck, I'm still going to the dump every day. The guys are still going to the dump every day. So I'm wearing out 8 tires instead of like we wearing out 10 tires instead of 6 tires. Also, fuel economy is better. I'm looking towards the future because we're going to have a hotel over here in probably 1.5 to 2 years. I would imagine at some point. The apartment complex across the bridge, those are all going to be dumpster communities. The trucks that we have now, the 3 Max that we have now, are a lot to drive around town. I was not involved in that. I don't dislike Max, and Mr. Coyle, I talked about this a long time ago actually before he came to work for the city. There's nothing wrong with the Mac. I'd like to go to the Mac because of the service department. The last trouble that we had with the 3 newer trucks, the turnaround in the service department was tremendous. That's a major thing in purchasing a truck. Peterbilt and Kenworth are more expensive. They're more high line than a Mac. A Mac is a pretty basic truck. The trucks that we spec'd out, if you look at the package that we have, one truck is a standard cab like we have now. The other truck is a low entry cab, more like a Waste Pro truck where the driver can step and do it like a 16 or 18 inch level. That truck costs quite a bit more money than a standard cab. The low access cab is heavier, more meat and potatoes that cost more because of the way they're built. The Mac
we have 4 of those in our fleet already, so I'm looking at keeping along the same line, so it's easier for my mechanic to buy parts. All the trucks have basically the same filters, the same air filters, the same lights, everything matches between those 4 trucks that we have now. So although a Mack is not my first preference, it is because of familiarity with the mechanic and also ease of service, close service, quick service, and I guess if you have any questions.
So your recommendation is,
Yeah, the other truck's a great truck, but it's a really far stretch. And the more I thought about this for the past week or two, it's a really far stretch from what we have now. It's a completely different truck. So going with the Mack, we save them, I guess, about $25,000 from one to the other. The Mack's $195, and the low entry cab is $225, I think.
So the low entry's a shorty also?
Yeah, it's a single axle, single short wheelbase, 20-yard. Both, I can tell you, both of the cans in the back are identical. They're both built by Container Services or Container Systems out of Daytona. We built the last 4 trucks. Actually, we had the last 5 or 6 trucks, I guess, from the city. So that will be coming out of Daytona. The Mack is built as a cabin chassis. It's FOB Jacksonville, and it's delivered down to Container Systems in Daytona. They mount the body, and then it's brought to us. So, the only thing, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, standardization in a fleet is very important because of the interoperability, and I also share Rob's recommendations.
Yeah, I'm not a Mack fan. I never owned one. I always had Peterbilts or Kenworths. There's nothing wrong with them. But now that I inherited 4 of them, I think it's the right way to go as far as cost-wise. And I think it's very tired. Familiarity between the whole fleet. And, thinking about service, that's a big part. We've got a truck goes down, I've got extras. And these trucks break down on a weekly basis, whether it's a $100 sensor or $20,000 rent that's under warranty. So having a good service department behind us and buying another product from the same dealer is a good thing.
Okay, commissioners, go ahead.
I spoke with the city manager today about this a little bit, and I was a little against getting those Macks the last time because I thought it was a little extravagant. But considering we've always been modest spenders as a city. But then he explained your story about service, and I'm assuming that 2-axle takes the same tires as the
Yeah, everything's good.
3-axle.
Yeah, the 11
So that'll be all easy to swap out. But service is critical. If you're down a truck, it really puts you behind schedule. And it's my understanding that it's really not that huge a difference between if you were to go back to a Freightliner, for instance. But I'm in agreement now that I've heard the rest of the story.
If I can interrupt 1 second, I can tell you, Mr. Bellier, this truck is not a shiny. It's pretty basic. The Mack that we spec'd out is a pretty basic truck. It's not going to be as fancy as the other ones.
Have front bumpers?
I think it's got aluminum bumper and a painted grill, and it's got aluminum front wheels. That's about it. It's got aluminum parts where they need to be to save against corrosion. I wasn't involved in the last truck's purchasing, so this is a municipal truck. It's not.
Did review it, although we didn't have a whole lot of time to review it.
No,
we didn't get it till 11 o'clock this morning.
We had an email glitch with Nextrans from yesterday to this morning. Left to Janelle and Jenna helped me out.
I'm with you, appreciate all your hard work and looking out for the city.
Any other comments or questions?
No, I'll just go with whatever Rob, I think Rob's the one who knows what he's doing.
Well, just
read all this and pretend I understand.
It's a basic truck and it's cheaper than the other one. It's gonna take a little longer to get, that's why I wanna get a letter of intent on, because it's gonna take probably 7, 8 months to get the cab and chassis built, so we're looking at, maybe fall if I push them, or springtime till we actually get the truck, so. Cause the container system needs about 2 months to put the back on it, so.
Well, at least you don't have to go to Wisconsin like the fire truck people.
No, I would not drive a garbage truck in Wisconsin.
Any other comments, questions?
I don't think you thought of it.
Okay, let me open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on item 8? Trash truck.
Come on, someone.
All right, we'll close public comment with promotion.
I will make a motion to approve a letter of intent to now.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item 9, contract for disaster recovery consulting services, and I believe Commissioner Newland pulled
I
that.
did, I had, Mr. Woodson explain it to me yesterday, but I think it would be good if the public heard it. Because when I first read through it, I was like, okay, how much does this cost us? And I don't know if we were having somebody.
All right, city manager, can you give us some photos on it?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This contract is what typically a municipality or county or some local government jurisdiction would enter so that they have an augmentation or additional staff of experts that know the FEMA rules after a disaster. God forbid we have one, but if we do, this would be the contractor that would come in and begin the heavy lifting with all the public assistance and the other contracts and federal money that would start flowing through the disaster. And it would not cost the city or the county, whoever jurisdiction they were working for, additional funds, because under the federal rules, there's something called DAC, which is direct administrative costs. And the contractor would be paid for their efforts out of that DAC, which is part of the grant award that is flowing through the disaster. So that's the only way I would recommend it to you, is that it would be a zero wash for us. But what happens in these situations is that the citizens want to get back to normal life. We want to get back to normal life. The regular work doesn't stop. But then on top of that, you have all the disaster recovery work and all the federal money and all of that kind of thing that has to be addressed and dealt with. Plus the fact that you have some of your staff are possibly storm victims themselves. I've had worked in jurisdictions where you had the building official with a tree through his house. Okay, and so you expect them to do their normal job, be a storm victim, and deal with federal projects. I mean, it's just too much. So what you do is you bring in these contractors, they have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they augment your staff, and they get paid for out of the federal dollars that flow from the disaster.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Phillips.
City manager, can you add, so Innovative Energy Management Incorporated would be the contractor?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, are there other contractors out there? Why was this chosen?
Yes, ma'am. This went through the process. There are 3 or 4 of them.
Right. So the county put out a cooperative bid package, which meant all the municipalities could use the contracts that the county selected for emergency services. Saved staff here a lot of time. They've already been vetted, reviewed, they meet all the requirements, and we can select from them. This particular company, there was another company that we'd used before that was also on that list that we had some qualms about their services after using them. The finance director and I believe the city manager, did you meet with them as well, Mr. Whitson? I know Kathleen did.
Kathleen did, because I wasn't available, but she reported back to me.
Right, and met with representatives from this company and felt very comfortable with the services they offered. And Kathleen was the main person that dealt with the other company I mentioned as well, to see what services can be bad.
Questions, Commissioner Phillips? Commissioner Bellinger.
I was a commissioner during Matthew. James was commissioner during Matthew. I was gonna bring this, pull this anyway, so the others could have an understanding of what this service was. I remember we had a person from out of town here, what was he, 40-hour week? And he was still here working with all the issues with Matthew when Irma hit. And then he ended up staying some more, and he was looking forward to going home because he was from north somewhere.
Syracuse.
Okay.
No, Syracuse,
Yeah.
New York.
So he was really looking forward to going home, and then Irma hit.
Yeah.
And tangled up.
Yeah, he was like, wow.
But he was a full-time person for an entire year for one event.
Yeah.
So and you gotta dot your I's and cross your T's when you're dealing with FEMA to get your money. And it was a very, very absolutely critical service.
And just a quick comment, that's what I did in Texas for 3.5 years. I was actually a contractor when they brought me on. And then when grant money ran out, and I said, well, I gotta go, they said, well, no, you're not going anywhere, and they hired me. So, and they used the DAC to pay for that service. So that's how it rolls, and you're absolutely correct that it takes a lot of effort, time, and energy to get that done.
Oh, yeah, he had chart on top of chart on top of chart.
Commissioner Bryan? I'm good. Mayor Johnson?
I'm good too.
All right, so all questions are answered. I'll open us up to public comment. Any public comment on disaster recovery consulting services? Seeing none, we'll close public comment for motion.
Motion to approve consent agenda item number 9.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, item 10. Potentially reappoint commissioner.
Oh, pretty please.
And Robert Krill to trustees for the fire pension board. Penny, you have this one.
It's pretty straightforward. These are the commission appointee positions to that board. They've met their term, and I'm assuming both members wish to be reappointed.
Commissioner Mealy, do you have any thoughts on being reappointed?
I would like to see the reappointment.
This one's pretty straightforward. Any other comments? Does anybody not in line with that? Highest paid job in the industry? All right, we'll open up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on the site? Seeing none, close public comment. Look for motion.
I will make a motion to reappoint Commissioner Mealy and Robbie Creel as a city appointed trustees to the fire protection board.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Commissioner Mealy, you are back in it. Item 11. Potentially reappoint Commissioner Belhumer.
Let's see, potentially.
The police pension board. And we need to select one additional city appointed trustee. Penny can take us through what that is and what we need to do.
So the board rules require there's firefighter or police appointees, there's joint appointees, which are recommendations from the board and the commission, and there are commission appointees. These are two commission appointee positions that have met their term. Apparently, Commissioner Belhumer wishes to be reappointed, and Mr. Hurry has he has other things to do, I guess, but he's not seeking reappointment, and that's unfortunate. He's a valuable member to that committee. He's thoroughly knowledgeable on the investments, and I emailed the secretary. What's his name?
They changed.
Anyhow, I emailed them to see if they had any recommendations, and I haven't heard back. So.
Tom is my neighbor. He's busy.
He's busy riding his bicycle.
He's going across country.
Yeah.
Commissioner Belhumer.
Yeah, that's a big loss to lose, Mr. Hurd. And he was very knowledgeable with what's been going on over the last decade, I guess it's been on. So, is this a really time-sensitive thing that has to be done tonight? Or can we have another 2 weeks or so to work through some candidates, or at least put a list together?
You could do that. I know you guys meet quarterly, or used to meet quarterly when I was the secretary years and years ago.
Right.
So I don't know when your next meeting is coming up, or if you're going to have a quorum, or if there's any item on there that you need to address.
It's beyond 2 months out.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a recommendation. I mean, when we appointed people to the investment committee, were there people?
There were no extras.
There were
No.
extras. That would make it easy.
We're still begging to fill a couple of positions on that.
Well, I'd love to see a retired policeman. That's,
I think it's more
watching
important.
over his money.
I think it's more important to have somebody with some financial background, which has a banker or somebody
Okay.
that understands pensions.
Sounds like we're leaning towards, tabling this.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, you would still want to
appoint-
reappoint Commissioner Valhuber if that's the direction you have, at least one person, one seat which you can't fill.
And when we all come back with suggestions, and then we'll compile this and make a determination for next meeting.
So Drew, is that 2 motions or is that gonna be 1 motion? We're appointing. So we have 2 motions?
If you're going to move to appoint, you would have the motion to appoint, fill the one seat, and then you can move the table. And really, they don't even have to, formally, they don't have to move the table. You don't fill that other seat, it will just remain unfilled until you fill it.
Okay, so we'll just do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? No. All right, open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda? Seeing none, look for a motion.
I make a motion that we reappoint Commissioner Kelly to the extension board.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. And we can address the rest of that later. Item 12, discussion and possible action regarding payment of relocation expense stipend to city manager and good evening.
Hello.
So, to give background on this item, so, we hired Mr. Whitson as our city manager for this contract, provided for a $10,000 relocation stipend to be used by employee for his living expenses. And as we, we don't do very many of these types of reimbursements, but only time I remember doing it, we were able to just W-2 the employee as a decided, sorry, a 1099 sign this form. But since the passing of those tax cuts and the Jobs Act of 2017, there's been a lot of, the IRS is actually still working on the reform related to this. But one of the things that we're not aware of is that now this type of a payment is still recognized as regular salary. So it would be subject to payroll taxes and federal withholding. The research that I did showed most businesses and entities required to what they call the gross up, which is where we increase the amount that we pay out as a gross lump sum so that the net ends up being $10,000.
Well, I would hope that somewhere along the way, Mr. Whitson will be able to save us $3,000. I'm good.
I think he already has.
Any other comments? I would disagree. I've come from the corporate sector and never have I ever heard of that in either any of my companies or any competitors' companies doing gross up. It's understood that that is considered to be income, and it's taxed as such. I'm not strongly opposed to it. It's $3,000. I would end up holding our city manager's feet to the fire to get that back. This is, to me, I find to be an unusual step. But I'm not gonna kick and scream over it either. Any other questions or comments?
I think he's working.
Open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda? Seeing none, close public comment and look for a motion.
That we approve the additional payment for relocation expense for the city.
Second. I got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
I think he did $3,000 worth of work before you.
That's true. Working before he was working. All right, thank you, Kathleen.
I wish we could do that for ourselves. They don't pay us enough for this. Put us in another tax bracket.
I want to know why I have to pay Social Security when I'm collecting Social Security. It's still no money. I know.
All right, we got a presentation from our safety officers, Chief and Chief.
Bobby's taking the lead this time?
See, and they say you can only have one chief. We got chiefs.
So, our city librarian, Melissa Parrish, is here for a status quote for the library again as well. If it pleases the board, can you mind if she goes first?
Absolutely.
Next time, could we have red, white, and blue? I'm good.
Oh, very good.
Hello again, I'm Melissa Parrish, your librarian. It's nice to see everybody's faces, and we're sort of getting back to something that resembles normalcy. Over the past 2 weeks, I've reached out to the safety team and also asked for input from other Florida libraries on the subject of quarantining. This was my question for the safety team. Reading the latest CDC information and taken from seemingly reputable sources, it appears that there's a very low risk of surface transfer as a contributing factor to the spread of the virus. This makes me question the necessity of quarantining books. As you know, we've been holding them for 72 hours, then following up with a sanitizing wipe or oil spray. If the risk is that low, we would discontinue quarantine, which would allow us to make our books available sooner. We will continue regular disinfection of high-touch surfaces. We received this response from Jonathan Ward, our Emergency Management Director. Regarding surface transfer, some libraries have disinfecting machines that we use on books instead of quarantine. However, I am not aware of any current CDC guidance requiring quarantining any inanimate objects. I didn't get a lot of feedback from the libraries, but the results were interesting. The 10 responses I got were evenly divided, although among those still quarantining, the length of time was 24 hours rather than 72, and the trend seems to be moving towards stopping altogether. One of the libraries mentioned that the staff would still be wiping down books upon check-in, which is something we'd already decided to keep in place, because it's really nice to have clean books. Even as mask mandates have been lifted, we've seen a trend towards folks still wearing them. We also have hand sanitizer readily available, which people have been using. All that being said, I'm thinking we may return to normal operating hours and lift the quarantine of books. If there's any feeling among you that this would be rushing things, we'll hold forth. Our main objective is to do the right thing for the community.
Okay. And what guidance or thoughts do you have?
Yeah, I think if the safety department thinks, safety really thinks that it's okay, I think you know, if people were nervous about it, they can ask, maybe do something with the book.
Yeah, and you know, even before, if we see someone that's visibly not well, and we're taking their returns, we put them in the closet for a while.
And what she was referring to is the book, not the person.
Yeah, absolutely.
everybody.
Any other comments, guys? All right, we have a consensus on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, over the last few meetings, Chief County and I have been doing a pin and teller routine, so tonight we're gonna play the role of teller. So with that, I did get a report from Bob Snyder with the Flagler County Health Department. I'd like to deliver that to the board now. Total COVID-19 cases for the state of Florida as of Wednesday, May 26th, are 2,316,155. Total positive cases for Flagler County is 7,459. Please note, Flagler County still has the lowest case rate per capita per 100,000 population in the state of Florida. Lowest of all 67 counties. The total Floridians with at least one shot is 10,123,898. Total Flagler County residents vaccinated is 57,112. Flagler is tied for 9th of all counties for persons vaccinated 12 years of age at 55%. Total Flagler residents older than 65 and up, or 65 and up, are vaccinated to 84%. We are tied for 8th place in the state. Hospitalizations of Flagler County residents for COVID-19 has steadily decreased. Last week, Advent Health on Coast experienced 5 days in a row with no new admissions for COVID. Total hospitalization as of Wednesday the 26th at the hospital was 6 people. For weeks, it's been double digits. Deaths related to COVID for Flagler County residents now totals 113. Mortality has decreased significantly since the vaccination administration began. The positivity rate for COVID in the county is 3.6%. It has been months that we haven't been less than 5%. The health department has begun to phase 3 of the vaccination plan this week. Phase 2 was successful in bringing the vaccine to several local businesses scattered throughout the county, including numerous churches, restaurants, bars, and Flagler Beach, private companies, HOAs, and community centers. Now we will stay fixed at the health department Tuesday and Wednesday, 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Also, we will be at the tax collector's office every Thursday from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. to catch children and adults after hours. Thank you to Commissioner Cooley, Mayor Susie Johnston, and tax collector Suzanne Johnston and her team for arranging this for us. All 18 large retailer and smaller private pharmacies in the county have vaccine inventory. Most have more than one vaccine to offer. 12 of the 18 have the Pfizer vaccine approved for adolescents 12 years old. The Moderna is expected to apply for an approval for vaccination for children next month. The health department is collaborating with the county and the cities to encourage vaccination, especially in children. Through this is our Shot Flagler campaign. All 67 health departments in the state just received a grant for $2 million each to work with their school districts and to ensure that the safe reopening of in-person learning for everyone. Flagler's total award for 2 years is $3.8 million for this purpose. We had a meeting today with the school superintendent to plan and prepare a budget. The funds we will spend on hiring additional nurses and support staff for testing, rapid test kits, vaccination, case investigations, and contact tracing. So, as the board is aware, we have been addressing special events. We got to the point of 400 approved for special events. We have had a few events that have been mainly beach cleanups or outside entertainment with no issue. So Chief Downey and I would recommend that we move to the 600 mark and reevaluate after 30 days.
All right, good info. Questions or comments for Chief?
So we're still on target to have our first Friday in August.
Yeah, that would be a good something, yes, sir. I think we're in so good shape with that.
We'll
That,
raise
that
that
was gonna
number.
be a separate meeting. Wasn't it? We heard that was gonna be part of the CRA meeting.
Okay.
That was your consensus to discuss it there, and staff was to continue with the planning process.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Chief Town, you have anything?
Not on the safety issue, but just the issue of clarification on a statement that was made earlier about the police department not enforcing parking violations for vehicles parking in the wrong direction. That statement was absolutely inaccurate. Chief of Police, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, wrote 5 parking tickets, all for parking in the wrong direction, and issued as many written warnings. So I challenge anybody to find a chief of police that goes out and addresses parking violations as vigorously as I do, because parking in the city of Flatbush Beach is a quality of life issue and one that I take a stand against. So that statement earlier was just not correct.
And you've been down on Palm Drive numerous times.
Correct. And I was out riding my bicycle, which was parking tickets. So, my officers all know that my pet peeve is vehicles that park in the wrong direction, and they were all locals. Most of them coming from the city of Palm Coast.
Chief, on another thing, I read your email regarding getting individuals out to help promote the vaccine.
Yes, sir.
Count me in if you need me.
Thank you.
8 weeks past my second shot, no grades, no. Happy to help.
Thank you.
All right, item 14. Resolution 21-18. Sir?
Resolution 2021-18, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flatbush Beach, Florida, designating the Emergency Management Director / Coordinator, Liaison Officer, and Public Information Officer as required by Chapter 14, Article 3, Emergency Management, Section 14-43, providing for conflict and an effective date.
All right, City Manager, this one is you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You probably heard me say it before, but I'll say it again on the record that your best work in an emergency is done before the emergency. And I feel strongly that you all need to consider this resolution tonight because I saw when I was out in Texas, Hurricane Harvey was a tropical storm. 48 hours later, it was a Cat 4. So you don't want to be sitting here trying to get a quorum and call consensus when you have something like that bearing down on you. So I'm accustomed to communities doing this in advance of the storm season, getting it out of the way, getting it all set. We'll all keep talking, we'll all keep training, we'll all keep preparing and hope that nothing happens.
All right, questions for our City Manager about this? Comments?
No reason to question anything he suggests as far as disasters. So, yeah, I'm good with it. Something we gotta do.
I just want to know what you can do to prevent it from happening.
Yeah, well,
I don't have that silver bullet yet.
Well, you know, we just got done grossing up your stipend, so we have expectations.
he is from Milton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? See none. And any other comments?
Motion to approve resolution 2021-18.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and Penny, this is roll call.
Commissioner Belhumeur,
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes, the motion. And motion passes. Item 15. Discussion, and we're going to compartmentalize this discussion into the form of restoration or replacement regarding the Veterans Memorial. And Commissioner Bell, this is you.
Well, I've been complaining about the condition of our memorial in Veterans Park for veterans. It was put there in place to honor our veterans, and it's hard to even read the thing at this point in time. So I know our maintenance department has tried on several occasions to shine it up and get it cleaned up, but to no avail. And, I kept bringing it up, but we never got any traction with it, so I stopped by the monument, facility down on the beach that we pass on that one all the time. And asked them if, they could restore, or give us a price on restoring, our monument. So they came out and had a peek at it, and, they gave us two prices, one to restore and one to replace something of the same size and so forth. I know that, the reason that we started out by saying, restore or replace is because if, CRA funds could be used for it, we have to have that terminology. But there's still other things. I think we still need to dig in this a little deeper and see if there's other ways we can go about getting this thing either restored or replaced. And I still feel that if we really wanted to get the public involved, we'd be able to gather up a pretty sizable pot of money to take care of it and not have to go into the CRA fund. But it's up for discussion. I'd just like to see us get something done with that. It's embarrassing. I mean, we're going to be having a gathering over there on Memorial Day or Sunday, and we're going to be embarrassed again, standing in front of us. Anyway. So I just think it's time that we're kicking this can down the road. Well, it's kind of hard to kick that very far.
You will kick it.
I just think it's time to do something.
I think it should be replaced. I think it's too far gone. If we're gonna spend 2,900 versus 5,000, my recommendation is it replaced.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Bryant?
I oppose that. I know that, the lady looked at it on the 12th. I personally spent an hour and a half out there weekend before last. And yesterday I made a call to a friend of mine that's the field director in St. Augustine. And he thought the price of what they were going to do was a lot. So I would like to see another estimate, to be honest with you, just to get a second opinion, because I know it's in pretty bad shape, and that's one of the reasons why I had volunteered to out there to work on it. And a lot of the mold and things that are on it were actually removed. I don't know if you've been up to it closely lately. Yesterday? Okay. But a lot of it looks a lot better than it was. But I mean, I'm not going to, if you want to replace it, go ahead. I just think it's a lot. I'd just like to see another estimate.
Mayor Johnston?
I am all for 3 bids. I'd like to see some more estimates before spending $5,200 on something. That's a lot of money.
I feel the same way. And I don't know that we need to have, I don't want this to sound wrong, I don't know that we need a bright, shiny monument when the monument was put in a long time ago. You go to old cemeteries, and there are old monuments to people that died a long time ago. So I don't know if spending this kind of money out of a limited CRA fund to me seems wrong. If there are veterans or non-veterans who want to go out and clean it up as best they can, I think that would be a good idea. If we could get a group together, or if we could get a bid that was a lot lower. I'm very protective of that CRA money, that we do with it what it was intended to do, to help us citizens, to help us. We spent a lot of money with Barbara D on the lawn last year, and now we're concentrating on the park. I don't think we're spending on CRA correctly. So I would rather see either individuals do it or really much lower.
Well, it is very, this reading is written as well on the process of cleaning. I mean, you can't just go out and power wash and does require specific techniques and ways of cleaning it. And one of them is to use the stone water, and we have some other solutions. So it can be cleaned up better as is. I mean, I'm a disabled person. I'm not opposed to a monument park. Believe the fact that.
Well, I didn't mean to say.
No. I didn't say that. What I'm trying to say is that, you know, if it's to the point where we have a couple more estimates, they said, no, it needs to be replaced, or we can clean it. I find it difficult to believe that someone can't come in here and clean the place. And, you know, if they can't, so be it. Let's do what we gotta do, but I'd like to at least have another shot at someone coming to look at it.
Treasurer Belkey, you talked about potentially getting donations. How would you go about doing that? Any thought on that? Because I think we have a lot of veterans in
The
the
same way we got a lot of money for the dunes. The GoFundMe page, and I think we could end up with an even greater monument than is there now. Yeah, it could be even more impressive.
I have a couple thoughts on that. I have not been able to get it together yet as far as specifics and everything, but I know a couple folks who do stone with countertops, and there's no difference between surfacing that and surfacing a countertop. It's all the same, whether it be granite, dolomite, marble, it's all the same. They all get buffed and polished the same. What they are telling me is that's an easy job that can be done close, not very expensive, and it probably would behoove us to try that first. Is it either as a donated service or a very minimal expense to see how that buffs up? Because when the stone's cut, it's rough, and they just buff it up and they get it all glossy. There is a chance that we might be able to have a company come out and be willing to donate a little bit of time or something like that. I have a lot of reservation with us as a city, even thinking about going out and doing GoFundMe stuff. For us to tax our citizens and then turn around and start doing GoFundMes gives me a lot of anxiety about going down a path like that. I don't even know if it's legal. Is it legal to do it?
We can certainly accept it. I don't think there's anything that would prohibit a city from using GoFundMe. It's not something that's commonly done, but just to clarify what I heard Commissioner Bellinger say, I don't think he was saying for the city to ring-lend it. I think you were saying there might be people in the community that might do what people in the community need. I don't think the suggestion was the city.
And that money that was gathered was spent in the county's behalf, right? Again, that was my thought. I'm just tired of asking it now. And I know we've tried the distilled water and so on and so forth.
Well, I mean, here again, I'm willing to go along with the majority. I just would like to see us explore it a little bit more, and if we come back and say, you know what, that didn't work, we need to replace it or refurbish it. I guess what bothers me is the fact that they're gonna have to totally remove the entire monument and transfer it to the facility and then bring it back in 30 to 45 days. And then there's no guarantee of what it's gonna look like, and we have to be paid in advance. Right? That's what gives me a little heartburn. Well, I don't pay for anything in advance.
Yeah. We can be a lot of heartburn too. That's why I like the replacement.
Yeah, sure.
And I think, look, there's nothing wrong with getting additional estimates. I think it just makes sense.
The city manager, how hard is it to just link up with a couple local stone companies and have them give you thoughts on getting that thing repolished?
Commonly done, do that in my sleep. So we'll take that on if the board so directs. We'll get it done.
Okay, so any other thoughts or anything? I want to get a consensus on this. I'll tell you what, let me open this up to public comment first and we'll get some type of consensus. Any members of the public who speak on this today?
Hello, James Sherman, 1916 South Flagler. As a veteran, I really do think we wouldn't have this park if it wasn't for, us that kind of put our lives on the line. And, I go there every weekend with my little daughter, and we go for a walk, and, I like to sit there and kind of reflect for a few minutes. You know, we lost a lot of good people over there. You know, and when I was in, you know, I worked with a lot of the other veterans, and you know, it'd be nice to kind of have that as a staple of our city. You know, I really think I know just on my street, there's 4 of us in a row that are all veterans, and you know, one of them, he's a hard dog. I mean, that's no other way to describe it. I mean, he was with the Special Forces of the Marine Corps, and he was a corpsman. And just I think a way you're coming over that bridge, I think it would just say a lot about our community to really have that stand out. Because I know there's a lot of veterans that are around this area, and maybe just having even if we raise enough money, I'll put up some money for it. I have no problem with that. I really think that would be a really nice staple when you see that coming over the bridge, and maybe even represent each branch of service with some flagpoles out there, and really make it again put the American flag in the center and have all the other branches of service and. Even, not maybe just even have something for our first responders too. They wear a badge every day and they put their life on the line too. So, it might not be a bad idea to, recognize those men and women too, because, they're under a lot of scrutiny, more so than maybe the veterans are these days. So I think that would say a lot about what we are as a community. That's all I have to say.
Well said.
Okay, I hope I wasn't misunderstood.
Oh, no, ma'am, not at all. No, I understand. It's our taxpayers' money, but I think there's. Oh no, yeah, no, I think there's plenty of us that I'll gladly put up on for that. I think it's a wonderful monument.
Okay, and I also would like to say that we limited what we can do in that park. The original agreement, the man who used to own all the land, the farmers market and the park, when we get in the park, it's limited what we can, how much we can put in. So we all
They
have
still
like,
own the airspace.
well, flags would kind of.
No, that's right. They still own the airspace. That's the challenge.
Unless you can have 18-inch flags.
Yeah, I understand. They're trying to preserve that vista, and if the board so directs, we'd be more than happy, as a son of a veteran, I would be honored to get some additional quotes and bring it back.
Okay, hold on, we're still in public comment. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this? Alright, close public comment. Look for a consensus. What thoughts do we have?
I'd just like to commend Commissioner Belhammer for doing some of the legwork to explore what possibilities are. And I think it's a good gesture, and I think we all should probably just move forward and get some estimates and go from there.
Any other thoughts? Consensus?
I still like the idea of replacing it. And I'd be, if we can get somebody out in the neighborhood to start a GoFundMe page, I'd be the first one to contribute to it. And I'm sure we would have no problems accumulating the amount of money that we would need to replace it with this shiny fresh.
Okay, so we have two different stances to look for consensus. We have get more estimates or replace it. Commissioner Phillips?
I personally think it should be needs to be replaced, and honestly don't think it can be saved, but I don't know that we're
The quotes that I would bring back would cover all of that. I could cover both of those scenarios, yes, and that way you could choose what you feel is best.
Works for me.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
What are city managers?
Okay, Mayor Johnson, any thoughts?
I agree with city manager.
Alright, so we're gonna proceed forward with more quotes for either restoration or replacement. Easy enough. Alright, request to take a break. Want to resume back at 8 sharp. Does that give us enough time? 6 minutes? Okay. We'll be recessed till 8 sharp. And if you can make sure your mics are off. Alright, let's roll.
Okay.
Alright, we have item 18. And this will just get read, and then we're gonna table it, ordinance 2021-09. Drew, did you leave an e read it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Hey, Penny, do I have items to me? I don't think that was left out of the packet.
I can read it for you.
Do you have the ordinance in front of you?
Ordinance 2021-09, an ordinance by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach to consider approval of a planned unit development comprised of 48 plus acres, plus minus acres, lying within a planned unit development zoning district. The property is identified as parcel number 11-12-31-0650-000A0-0060, lying east of Roberts Road, the southerly boundary of which touches upon the northerly boundary of Wadsworth Park, providing for inclusion in the Code of Ordinances, that doesn't apply, providing for conflict and providing an effective date hereof.
Alright, and I will look for a motion to table.
Second. Date certain.
Please, June 2nd.
At 6:30?
6 p.m. or soon thereafter. I got it.
For everybody said.
Yeah. Alright, we have a motion and a second. Penny, you want a roll call?
As the chief always says, teamwork.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumor,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes, the motion. Alright, item 19, ordinance 2021-06. Do you have that one?
I do. Ordinance 2021-06, an ordinance by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, vacating a 104-foot portion of street known as Marlin Lane, located adjacent to Lot 5, Lot 3, Hillcrest subdivision, per property appraiser map book number 5, and parcel A/common area, Stonebridge subdivision, and adjacent to Lot 9, Stonebridge subdivision, according to map book number 33, pages 62 and 63 of the official records of Flagler County, Florida, providing for public hearings, providing for suburbility, and an effective date.
And I missed the last meeting.
That didn't have anything to do with it. That was 2 meetings ago.
So we didn't cover it last meeting.
No, advertising schedules have changed.
So I thought that it'd be messed with that.
I was gonna say, I hope we don't have any comments on this. Are there any comments at all? Alright,
We are done with this.
Alright, we open up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this?
I just have a question.
Yes, sir. Is it about this agenda?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to understand what you're talking about. Is it like a picture, or what are we talking about, vacating, or not building on something, or what exactly are you voting?
You want me to give it a shot? So, when I'm trying to simplify it as much as I can. When subdivisions are platted, often there are easements granted for right of way. Every road exists on a right of way easement. And sometimes those roads get developed, sometimes those roads do not. This is an unimproved right of way, meaning that there never was a road built on it, but the easement for the right of way still exists to the city's benefit. And so the vacation of right of way process allows the city to analyze a request to vacate a road right of way to determine whether or not there's still a public purpose for it. If there is still a public purpose for that right of way, then a city would typically say, no, we're not going to vacate it. If there is no public purpose, no future need determined, a city may vacate the right of way, at which point the property owners on either side of the road from center line out would take half of that right of way. And the
We're not building a road there.
No, we're not building a road there, and that's really what it's about. It's about not building a road.
Shown on the plan.
Okay.
And we've had probably about 13 meetings on this one. And if you'd like, you could even swing by City Hall and give Penny, and there's tons of information that has the aerials and the pictures and the classic.
And the book in the kitchen.
Oh, there is one in the kitchen?
There's always an agenda packet in the book in the kitchen.
So it's here in the room if you needed it.
I'm just curious.
Okay. No other members of the public, close public comment, look for motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2021-06. final.
Don't jinx it. Alright, motion and second, Deanna Penny, roll call please.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumor,
No.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes. Alright, motion passes 4-1. Alright, commission comments. Mayor Johnston.
All right, tonight's the night of the list. I have a little bit of a list with updates. One, I had the Family Life Center board meeting. They have added a pet shelter for victims that are coming in. I thought that was a really nice thing to be adding for the victims when they're brought in. The second thing is we do have, before our next meeting, we won't meet, we have First Saturday coming up with the beach cleanup. And we have, after First Saturday, is the Flagler Creates will be painting the garbage cans. So if you have any children, I think it's going to be around like 12 o'clock. We're going to paint garbage cans. Either at a business or in Veterans Park. It's not decided yet.
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
That creates. I went to the land the other day, and all the wooden green electric boxes that we have in the land, downtown the land, they're all painted.
Oh, like painted like to be fun stuff? Or
Yeah, fun stuff.
Are they painted or are they wraps?
They're painted.
I think they're painted.
Yeah.
They're painted.
Yeah.
I didn't go up to each one and examine it, but
why not?
It looked really cool.
Okay.
So I thought I would.
Yeah, I might take a little trip over. The other thing, I had a resident reach out this week, and I discussed this with her when I was running for election, was the Ropes and Poles project. I know this weekend there was a lot of comments online with people parking on the dunes, standing on the dunes. This city is very passionate that at one point in time there was $15,000 in the general fund, and this goes back to 2 city managers ago. Bruce Campbell, thank you, Jane. And that you could have the ropes and poles, it was either 18 or 15 feet from the center white line on the road. So you can put the ropes a lot closer than the sand dunes. And I was going to see if this is something that we can bring back up or put on an agenda item or start digging into the budget to see if we still have the money. Just kind of resurrect it. I think it would be good for the city.
Funny thing is, it's on my list too.
And mine.
And I saw those same posts. It started out with one from my niece, actually. I had 11 people in one spot. And spoke to Mr. Whitson about it and our police chief. And that's when the extra signs went up. However, most people don't have a true understanding of where the dune starts.
That's right.
They think it's the sloped portion, not necessarily the flat area up top. So most of your out of towners and a lot of residents too, I guess, don't totally understand where the dune starts or stops. So there's still people gathering in the same area, even between the signs. So I thought the same thing. I brought this up a couple of times as well, since that has been in the budget for I don't know how long. Apparently you've done that research and taken it back to quite some time ago. But I agree that we ought to try and do something a little different. Poston Road, it seems to work reasonably well. There'll still be a few that'll step over it, and, go around it or whatever, but I think it'll minimize a lot of foot traffic on the dunes. If you look just south of the really high traffic spot down there at 19th Street, that's where FDOT came back a second time and put a whole lot of extra vegetation on top of that dune. And the people just continually stampeding the grass. Then you have big grass, and you don't have the stabilization that it provides for the building. So I think it's a great idea. I agree with that.
There was a,
No, I agree.
I did have a comment on signs don't work. Physical barriers work. You see that firsthand with the dune fencing. It would be up to the city manager, whoever, to decide what type of physical barrier there needs to be. There needs, and this has been going back since I've been a citizen, there needs to be a physical barrier at the top of the dune to keep you from walking around. Signs don't work. At my business, the number one spot that I end up towing cars from, the people that come to my store, leave their car there all day and go to the beach, is in front of the tow sign. It's just a fact. It's dead in front of the tow sign when they're looking right at it. Signs don't work. And you see time and time again, you see pictures of people standing on the dunes where there is a sign in the shot that says, please stay off the dunes. And they're just standing right next to it. There's one where a guy's leaning on it. And they don't work. And it's definitely something that needs to happen. City manager, do you have thoughts on execution of that? Because it sounds like we have consensus.
Yeah. We're gonna do it. And the only question is, what's the appropriate type of physical barrier? So I will do the research, I'll talk to the staff, and we'll come up with a plan.
Post and road have to be breakaway.
Right, because you have a safety factor there because it's next to a state highway, and I'm familiar with all of their standards.
You're going to be speaking with the FDOT representative tomorrow, so maybe you could add that to your list as well.
Got it.
And not only in addition to that, there was also TDC dollars that were potential for that. Also, going back to when I was on TDC, I talked with Amy Lukasik, and she said that because of that style project where it is a tourism driven, we're protecting our habitat,
right,
there is a time. And so there's that angle too. There's a lot of it.
Yeah, she spent an enormous amount of money and won an award with their Dodge Dune.
Yeah, so perhaps it's, the physical barrier, great, but then there may be a public education component as well, and maybe we couple that together.
And it doesn't need to be the entire stretch top to bottom into high traffic.
Whole thing, I agree.
Whole thing, yeah.
Because they'll think that that's where they can go.
Right.
Yeah, the only comment I got is, obviously we don't know who these people are, but I think a lot of them coming from the motels. I can go to the motels and talk to them. Do you tell people that, patron in a hotel or motel not to walk on the dunes? Because a lot of these motels don't have walkovers. So people.
I was gonna say, I live in a condo.
Does it make a difference?
Does not make a difference. They bring their coolers and wagons and 15 kids right now.
I've had conversations with a few hoteliers, and that's not on their radar. They're not gonna go out there and.
Well, I can see how policing, but when you check in, here is a piece of paper that says using drones. Just a comment.
Go ahead.
Chief. To that end, like a motel like the Topaz, I have provided them with laminated code of conduct letters for every room. Just like Commissioner Singh said, I can give them code of conduct that talks about open container, parking on the dunes, all those things. I can't make them read it. I can't make them follow the law.
All right, Mayor Johnston.
All right, and then my last item that I'd like to bring up is when I was, again, running for election, I kept hearing, how are you going to keep this small town charm? It was everywhere. Paul made a song about it. So tomorrow, and I want your feedback, tomorrow the city manager and Chief Downey were having a meeting with David Ayers and the radio station regarding First Fridays when they came. First Fridays was a CRA project to have people shop and eat in town, and we all know that's what I'm saying for the public. For them to shop and pay into the CRA district. Well, it's kind of changed a little bit. We've had a year off from COVID, so I think that it's a time to have a conversation to balance the facts out of how First Friday is being run now versus how it should go back to the basics. So I wanted to have your feedback, and we can take that to the meeting tomorrow.
Well, when you say back to the basics, what do you mean?
It was designed to be a neighborhood event. It was neighborhood bands. We were in the park. It was very family friendly. Everyone came to the park, listened to the music, and then they left and they went out and they visited the restaurants that are in the neighborhood. Now we have food trucks in the park that aren't even part of our community or our county, and we're packing everyone into the park and they're not leaving and going out into the community. Yeah.
Susan pretty much said what I was going to say. I was so well trained to turn it off. I think we need to have a band, whether it's the bands that we've been getting or other bands, because people won't come if we don't have bands. But I don't like having all the food in the park, because why would I go walk 3 blocks or 2 blocks or even half a block when I can get something back in the park? So I think we should do away with the food in the park unless it's a local restaurant. Like Beach Belly Bob's has always had something there, and some of the other ones, that's okay. But
what about the Rotary? Just for thoughts and
they do good stuff for the town.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
So for feedback.
I know it's been an issue with the Rotary, but they've been very generous to the city.
I agree.
In lots of ways. So yeah, I'm no problem with the Rotary. But if it's an out of town restaurant or just somebody with a food truck, then I wouldn't want to be with that. And the same, I know there's a couple of crafty kind of people that take business away from Debbie, from Gola, from Brenda, Cicasa's. So I would not want to see those again unless it's, unless Debbie says I'm going to put a stand up in the park, then that's fine. We had the pluses and minuses about having vendors up and down Central. It's the political parties that we were having trouble with. I would be opposed to not allowing the political parties. I don't know.
You can say no free speech booths or no speech related booths. Everybody has to be selling something. You can't say no political speech.
Well, yeah, no, I
You can have no, it's either you're selling something or you're not having a booth, but you can't distinguish between this speech and that speech.
Okay.
Right, and that brought up before when we talked about it, then you lose Humane Society, you lose hurricane victims. There's a booth there for hurricane victims. And, there's all kinds of booths that were beneficial to our citizens. Because the hurricane people, I forget what they called it. Was that Rebuild Oaks? Remember them? Yeah, Rebuild Florida was there for probably almost a year. They had there's a lot of very beneficial ones, and of course you have the other ones. And I'll let y'all speak on thoughts on First Friday before I go. Any other thoughts on what Mayor Johnston was talking about?
The only question I guess I have is, do the vendors that were there, did they pay to have their spot?
They pay the radio station.
They pay the radio station.
The vendors out here on the side, the itinerant merchants,
right.
And most if they're not for profits, they're not paying for a spot. But the other ones are paying. It's not a large amount of money.
Was it like $25?
It's been so long I forgot how much it was. It's under 50.
They're not paying I have thoughts on First Friday. First Friday has become something that it was not intended to become. It was supposed to be to highlight local business and to bring in folks here to support local business. It is a local business initiative. What it has become is a inclusive design to where the people operating it, you can clearly see in their design they do not want people to leave Veterans Park. It's designed to house people there. It's designed to be self-sufficient, and that is of no benefit to our city. These are, and nothing against David Ayers, but we have folks from outside of our city running an event for our city who are making a lot of money off of our city, and basically, and I'm going to say it, a lot of times at a detriment to our city, because we're bringing in these folks and we're designing an event to discourage people from walking around town to stay in Veterans Park and spend their money only with these vendors who are not our local businesses. And so everybody comes, they go right to Veterans Park, and then they leave. And the food trucks are now our local businesses. Probably one of the only people, and he doesn't even go anymore, was Beach Valley Bob that was set up in there, was a local business. And the radio station is charging these folks a good chunk of money to be in Veterans Park. The whole thing needs to get a hard look at. I'm not going to try to tell you, I think it's too early to get in the weeds about try to say, well, we need to do this, and this particular thing. I just think that the first meeting needs to happen and say, there is a consensus that what we have now is not what was intended. We agree with that?
Yeah. Do we have staff though to manage First Friday?
Oh, and I'm not saying fire David Ayers either.
Yeah.
It's a matter of we just got to take a hard look at what it has become. And
Like, look at what David was intended to do when we first brought him on. He was intended to provide the band. To me, it's grown into a monthly 4th of July. And I can only imagine pre-COVID, because everything's exploded since then, we had 1,500 people packed in our park. To now, after COVID, we could potentially have 2,500, which is half of our town's population for a community neighborhood event. This is now turning into a county event. And that's not what I'm hearing from the residents, that's not what Flagler Beach First Friday was always intended to be.
So it sounds like incorporate small town charm, maybe scale it back a little bit and get our businesses more involved and less of the outside.
Right. And local bands. Had a conversation with Captain Nick. He used to always perform at First Friday. Now they're bigger bands. They're bigger Daytona Bike Week style bands. Let's go back to our local, back to the roots of what First Friday always was.
I agree.
Yeah, I think, first of all, if you're going to be on a radio station, you need to define what small town charm is. And I think once you do that, then you can start setting up parameters as to what small town charm is supposed to be. I hear different things from people about what they consider that to be. And unless we can define what that is, and we just kind of go from there, and you end up with these large meta bands, this kind of thing here, because it's kind of now a profit entity from the city. When I was campaigning, as well as when I was just walking around getting surveys or whatever, very, very few of the people that I talked to were from the city. They were from Oregon, they were from on the coast, and they were from all over. But I think it's kind of driven the local people away for various reasons. Either they don't want all of that noise, or they don't want all the people. I don't know. But very few of the people that I talked to were, I said, "Where are you from?" "Oh, I'm from coast. I'm from Oregon. I'm from Daytona." But very few people that I actually talked to were actually from Flagler Beach.
It's interesting you say that because I've noticed that.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a bad thing that people come from
No,
other
it's not
places,
bad.
because if
Not
you
at
want
all.
people to shop in our businesses, that's okay. But other than using this small town charm thing, it is supposed to be a CRA function. That that's, I think, the thing that we can see. So it needs to be helping the businesses within our CRA or outside, that each other boxes in the CRA. So I think that's what we need to get back to David to understand.
Talk to the community, see what the community is.
I have. Everybody would like to go back to. I felt a lot of people. They said the locals, the residents, they stopped going to First Friday because it became this big event.
You got car dealers and furniture places there now. It's,
I'd also like to add one more thing. I had a meeting with Chief Downey, and you can always speak for yourself if you want. But this size event, if another person was to have a permit for it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, they would be required to hire additional police because it is costing our city now money. So this event we're losing money on and allowing someone to make profit on at our expense, at our taxpayers' expense.
well, Chief Downey, is David Ayers paying for police coverage for this event?
No.
Okay, so, but according to our guidelines for events, that should be happening. So that's
Any
pretty
other
fine.
event that was held at this size in Veterans Park would be required.
Right, and it is a city event, so it's exempted from those regulations
But someone else is making a profit off of our city event.
by contract that was signed by us.
Yes, right.
I think we need to focus in on the CRA aspect.
Yes, I agree.
I think if you do that, you avoid some of the rest of the
Right.
arguments with him. We hired David because we don't have the staff to go looking. I mean, Captain David, you all know Captain David.
Right.
But who's gonna go and find it? Tom used to do it. Tom's got 10,000 other things that he takes care of. So it seemed like a really good idea to work with David, but then it blew up. So I think a reminder to David, who's probably sounds so simplistic, because he's a good businessman, but he's got to understand that it is a CRA function, that it was not meant to be what it has become. And here we are, as you put it, we haven't had it for a year, or over a year. And now is a good time to go back to what it was supposed to be.
I think William has an answer.
Yeah, I was just about to just comment, if you so desire, that as a former CRA director in my career, you really have to focus on that. And you have to reset it based on the plan. And if the plan is to benefit the local businesses here, that was part of the genesis of it, then having a reset back to the basics makes a lot of sense. And there's a balance to the conversation between the city and its partner. And so this is really nothing more than a conversation to have a basic reset and focus on our original goals.
Also, back when we had a separate CRA director, Karen Miller, we would have monthly things like a chili cook-off or a barbecue, or Tom still does the
Cars. Vinewood Derby.
Yeah, that. And a couple other things. So we could do like a monthly, go back to that. And that brings local people in. It was fun.
And I think it would be amiss if you're going to meet with David Ayers to not meet also with Vern Chang too. Just to get, I mean, Vern is a local business, and it wouldn't hurt to have a conversation with him as well. If you're going to do it with one radio station, you might as well have it with another.
Absolutely. Good
And
suggestion, thank you.
this was all started up before Vern was in existence.
Right. And
and it wouldn't be the first time that David's heard this scenario.
no, he's fully aware of what we're dealing with. Any other comments on that topic? Okay.
Glad you brought it up.
What other stuff you got there, Mayor Johnson?
That wraps it up for me. That was my end of my list.
Mr. Ryan.
Okay, I attended a CRA, I'm sorry. City meeting for the Gardens at Hammond Beach last Friday out at the the Hilton. And some of the things they covered was a public hearing for levying special assessments and bond issuance. As a reminder, this is the Gardens project. So I kind of try to keep my finger on the pulse to see what's going on, especially since this is a CDD that has been established. They're not really taking any action because the Gardens, they were actually put on a work stoppage because of a number of reasons. And one of them is that had to do with permitting. So they're going through some issues right now with the water district management. But eventually the CDD will start everything and start over and start taking, I guess, management of the development once it's commenced and start doing it again. They also talk. I'm sorry.
So if we do go forward looking for annexation, would it be to have it to CBD?
It wouldn't be until they actually took it over. At this juncture, they haven't taken it over. There are a lot of steps they have to go through, but they've actually established the CBD already. So they will not take up operations until bonds are issued and the conveyance of the property from the CBD. So that's where they are now. So I just kind of attend the meetings, see what's going on, kind of keep an eye on things, see what's happening. In regard to Edwards Park, we had a number of volunteers come out over a couple of weekends to work out there. Got most of the lava rock moved, but there still was some to be moved, but it had to be moved elsewhere until the ceremony is done, when we can get some more volunteers back out there to complete the 4 flower beds on 100. Like Commissioner Bellinger, I'm very, very interested in Edwards Park, and I guess that's what kind of prompted getting volunteers out there to initiate some efforts to get it done. And thanks to Rick and our new manager and all, we got the fountain running, and it's been cleaned up and looks much better. The whole park is just starting to sparkle a lot better. Joan Harris was instrumental in putting 2 trees out that will eventually go into Christmas trees.
Really?
Yeah.
Joan did that.
Joan did that. You know, she we've been in conversation about getting the trees, and I offered to pay for half of them, but she says no. She says it's in honor of my grandfather and wanted to do it.
Her grandfather was like a Chicago Beach resident in 1917 or
Anyway,
something.
so we got some trees. So our big staff has been pouring out the water them as well as the flowers that we're planting around the fountain to keep everything going. Let's see here. Signs. I'm not going to get too much on that because our city manager informed me and told Mr. Bellingham that the issue with the signs coming over the bridge, one of the biggest eyesores I've seen in my life, with all the waving flags and carnival colors, is going to be addressed with the magistrate. So I'm not going to go on with that. Yeah. But when you talk about curb appeal, that's not the kind of curb appeal we want. So I think it will be addressed. This is something else. It's a little different here, but going over to the pier a lot and keeping the plants over there watered and talking to staff and all. And this is something we can address later. For whatever reason, I guess the guys over there didn't want to bring it up, but there's a problem with individuals in the hospitality, the patrons in particular, exiting out of the emergency exit, which is just a swinging door, and going out on the pier, and the patrons being very belligerent about not paying and being very swearing and cursing at the staff over there, and really putting them in pretty bad position. So, and I thought it was just 1 or 2 incidents, but it seems to be an ongoing type issue. They've mentioned it, they being the management over there, or the workers have mentioned it to the owner or the manager of the property company, and nothing has happened. So it's really causing a problem. So you have a couple of people that just go out there and say, I'm a taxpayer, I work here, I live here, and I'm not paying anything.
So they're entering like a bar areas? Or
yeah, go to the bar and there's a little gate there, and it has the emergency exit etched into the wood, but it's not very prominent. You can't really see what it is. You can't man it off because they need the emergency exit. But people are just going out of there and going out on the pier and getting staff all the time. So it's something that we probably need to address to get that taken care of. They said they've spoken to the wait staff, and no one seems to be doing anything. They don't care. Some people are doing it, which is cause for concern as far as I'm concerned. I see you've provided us with some letters that you sent to the golf course. I'm very happy to see that because that is another area that I've been looking at and talked to you about. And as I mentioned, I guess a few meetings ago, when Kathleen was giving us a briefing on the budget, and I asked her, was the last time we had an audit, and she said never. I'd like to get a consensus from the board here, you can at least direct some kind of guidance here. I think it's mandatory that we're gonna have to do some kind of audit or something.
For what it's worth, Mr. Woodson has already asked me to go ahead and draft that letter, so I think your city manager is already working on it. So unless you want to change that, I don't think.
No. Yeah, I just want the board to know
We
that
need a
if we're on consensus, then we're okay.
We're good then.
Okay, so do we have a consensus to hire a company to do a audit on the golf course?
Yes.
Okay,
I guess.
here's Austin.
I don't think I did.
You what?
I didn't think I got to say yes.
You can be part of the consensus.
They'd like to hear from the mayors.
Yes.
And you're persuasive in your opinion.
Yes, 100%. Okay, so we got that one.
Okay. Another thing that's gonna be a sort of a campaign that we started from passing the ordinance on litter and waste. The chief has offered to help me with some kind of a campaign that we can kind of, again, it's another educational process of helping people to understand that the city is not a trash can. And I'm gonna work with him. He's got actually 3 or 4 months ago, they actually already sent me an email with something he's looking on Facebook that waste and litter. And we're gonna probably try to use honey, this kind of thing here to encourage people to take care of the city. I'd like to get a flyer together or something that I'm actually gonna go to each one of the businesses and encourage them to do their part as far as encouraging their patrons to use cigarette butt containers as well as disposable waste properly. I think this is the only way we're gonna kind of get the message out there and maybe shame some folks into actually doing the right thing. That combined with what the mayor is doing with her campaign, the cleanest walkovers and all, maybe we can help encourage some good habits around the city and help get things cleaned up. And there's a gentleman who spoke earlier about cleaning up and waste in the city. So I think it's just a matter of getting word out there, letting people know. We demand to have the waste do it properly and help keep our city clean. We're proud of it. And never help. Last thing I have is Tokena Crossing Brewery will be having their ribbon cutting tomorrow evening.
Yes.
And we're just having to promote another business, and then there was another business I was talking to, it's a restaurant south of here. And they heard about it, they were interested in doing the same thing as far as having a ribbon cutting. I said, we're always active, so cannot cut ribbons and encourage business. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Value.
Okay, I don't know if the others up here have gotten the request to complete this fishing training. Fishing emails.
I finished it yesterday.
I did both courses of that, and shared that with the city manager that I got that done. Went on a field trip with Mr. Woodson a few days after our last meeting, and I don't know. You want to elaborate on that, Andy? You said you have a list.
I made notes.
Okay.
As we went through our tour and worked with Penny and put a memo out saying you follow up on this and you follow up on that, which is, what I like to do to make sure that, a lot of these things have just built up over time, and we're just trying to get to it as quickly as we can. And again, as we move forward and these follow-up memos come out of commission meetings, and of course our own staff, getting on their feet and getting focused, then we're going to get more and more done. So that's kind of how we want to proceed.
And I've already seen quite a few things taken care of along the way. So thank you for that and taking the time to provide. There's city manager and myself and, the developer of the gardens had a meeting. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I thought it was a productive conversation. We, struck up a good rapport. He seemed to be open to different ideas about how we proceeded, and we want to have a cordial relationship and build that trust there and work on that. I think that there's a lot of information he needs to come forward with to make sure that people know that the density and the scope of that project is not going to be 4,000 or 5,000 units. I mean, it's just not. And according to him, and so we'll keep working at that relationship and making sure that we build guardrails in place so we can balance his need to make money and a profit and our need to, of course, serve a good customer base.
Thank you for sharing that. I also went to the beach management study county workshop. Had a few things to say about where they were stopping their proposed beach renourishment. They'll stop at 20th Street. I think they got that wrong, but as I was having my meeting with Mr. Woodson today, the county engineer actually called and shared some information that that's going well, and there's a good chance that they're going to continue that farther north and cover that. She spoke that she was getting good response from the city manager was going to have a meeting with them tomorrow, and if you would just try and find out if that's going to stop right at 23rd Street, or they want to still cover the rest of their buried seawall that goes into Beverly Beach. I mean, they want to protect the vulnerable part of the road, and that's why they put the seawall there. They were the main highlights. Signs along A1A, we already hammered on that one. That's it. That's all I got. Commissioner.
Well, we're supposed to hear us what you just said.
No.
Oh, okay.
Talking to myself.
Commissioner Bryant?
I did forget one thing, and it's just information. That slither of property on the golf course, you're probably aware that there's a contract on it.
Yes, the gentleman who purchased said sliver came into my office and had a conversation, and I informed them that they need to pay attention to the history of that property, and that we would try and work with them. They had to be mindful of the history, and that we had a desire to develop the golf course in a way that once we go into the reclaim operation down the road, that we'll need to use that property and that area for that resource.
Okay. Sorry, I just forgot about that, but I thought you were supposed to.
Did you have anything on that at all?
No.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Miller.
I went to an American City and County Exchange Florida luncheon that Paul Rennie was running with CCD. It's a night, I've never heard of it before, but I figured if Paul Rennie was there, I would go. It's a nonpartisan forum for local government officials who always want to put taxpayers first by working with other local decision makers. It was kind of a feel good, everybody together thing. Speakers have a large problem. Instead of coming to Palm Coast, they went to Palm City, which is 200 miles south of here. So they were sitting in their cars, kind of trying to zoom in, and it didn't work well, but Paul covered it as best he could. It was interesting.
Best and the brightest.
The Volusia Tiny Day Club had a webinar on House Bill 1, the quote anti-rioting law, and it was Sheriff Chitwood from Duluth, who's named Stark, and then there was an attorney as well. And neither of them was in favor of the way the law came out. It's totally unfair. You know, my main question is, if we decide to have a Turn the Park Green march, and the Turn the Park Purple people decide to invade and cause trouble, according to this new law, we all get arrested and there's no bail.
Yeah.
So, there's gonna be some lawsuits over that. The webinar was very well done. And I jokingly said, shit, we got through the whole thing without cursing once, which I thought was pretty good. Yeah, that scares me. Yeah, sure. I thought our meet and greet went really well. I want to thank Oceanside and Tortugas for donating the food that they donated. Can we kind of use them for our strategic planning meeting? As
Both?
or one or the other. Just, I think we can say thank you for it and just say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just the, what? Yeah, that's good. Whatever, just keep it in mind. Went to the county beach meeting. The way I was hearing the presentation was like we were starting all over again. Because he was talking about studies about the sand, and I'm thinking about I still have these little baggies at home of sand that I can show you what the sand look like. And he's talking about this, and I'm like, we did all that already. Why are you?
That's why I was confused. I thought.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked, and apparently is they have to show the government that they did all these things, not that they are going to start now doing all these things. So I did get up and ask that question. We went to the Boston Whaler. This is a grand opening. I did discuss with, his name is John, the short guy that sort of seemed to be in charge.
John.
About the environmental issues. And it's going to be wonderful, so we shall see. And I remember there was a big issue about parking out there. At one point, when they had their full hire, there were people parking on Roberts Road, there were people parking on what's now unsinkable street, road, avenue up there. They changed the name from Sea Ray Road to unsinkable.
Austin Whalers. That's where I think they're unsinkable. Austin Whalers.
Just thought it was pretty hysterical to have the street called unsinkable. But anyway, so he said that he made sure that they're going to have 400 employees, there are 400 parking spaces. He didn't tell me where they were.
Didn't they, just adding on, I remember that they went to the county and the county approved the extension.
A parking lot.
Parking lot.
Did you see a parking lot?
No, I didn't, but I know.
I saw a kind of
They have
torn.
the authorization to do it if they want.
If you remember, when we went to the laminating building, there was kind of a torn up area that might have been a parking lot at one time. And there was a concern that that parking lot was going to be used for storing extra boats. So again, Mr. John said, oh yeah, there's plenty of parking. So I said, I hate to sound skeptical, but I'm skeptical. You can't say it. I don't believe it. I went to a ribbon cutting of Flagler Beach Nutrition. This is an amazing young woman. She's 23 years old. It's her second store.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know, of course, full energy and really vigor. It was great to see. She's the daughter of the owners of the Anchor. And I guess so she comes from a big business background, I guess. So she opened the store on Route 16 somewhere and did well and is now running the swimsuit for 23 years old. It's pretty cool. And I think Penny's the only one who's going to understand what I'm saying. This reminds me of green sheets.
They are.
When I first started, and we had a different city clerk at the time, each borough was in green. Oh, so, so yeah, the same way. I like having this. I know it's extra work, but I really like having this because it gets a good overview of whatever. But I just left with the green sheets. So could we make them green again?
Works for me.
And just a reminder about Memorial Day on Sunday. Okay, you're gonna be there and do the pledge of allegiance. Okay, I'm done.
Just really quick, I also attended the beach management workshop, and I found it to be very interesting, but I was very confused in the beginning. I thought a gentleman was trying to sell his business, not
Olson's
realizing
been
that.
involved since the beginning.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, so thank you for clarifying that. Also, Mr. Whitson and I met with Steve Scott, the sheriff from L. Parker Park, yet again. And we're meeting at his house on June 3rd to actually walk the park, so Mr. Whitson can see the vision. And it's very fluid at this point, so I just don't know much on it anymore. Until I have definitive information. So like today is one day, today's one thing, and tomorrow's another. So still working on it.
This is sort of like Marlon Lane. I don't want to talk about
Yes,
it.
exactly. I love it, and I love that I'm helping, but it's constantly changing, so I think I'm concrete information. Yeah, I'm not gonna share any more information. That's it.
Yeah, you talked about some, I think it was Ken brought up the signage on the stores in here. I don't like the having merchandise outside. I don't know if we have any rules about it or if we don't, we should. I think it looks really chintzy. This store over here.
The ordinance on sign.
I'm sorry?
There's the ordinance on sign.
Well, no, that's the sign part. I'm talking about the actual merchandise being sold from outside the store. It's really chintzy. So if we don't have a rule about it, we should have it. Now we're done for sure.
Well, so there's two sides of that coin on merchandise on the outside. I agree with you on that. However, I'll give you a scenario. I have ice propane and firewood that I put on the outside of the store, which I have. I can't put firewood inside the store. It's just not going to go on. So,
Or propane.
What's that?
Or propane.
Right. Well, propane's code. So it's that's a fine
Well,
line.
is there a way,
Yeah, it's very common in communities that I've been a part of to have rules that regulate sidewalk sales. So we could research and bring back some options and things to look at.
All right, stuff I got. First thing, I want to thank Commissioner Belhumer for covering for me last meeting. Thank you, Rick. Had some personal items I had to take care of, and I heard that there was no hiccups. I was
he's done it before.
well, no, I was gonna send in some crazy group to. But apparently they're all in Palm Coast. Yeah, they're all in Palm Coast right now. I'm just gonna say. Yeah. So I saw that our county is looking at. I don't know the proper verbiage. They're starting to re-study impact fees, reevaluate. I think it would be a good idea to do that alongside of city manager. I would need to get your thoughts on that, but the first thing I want to do is ask y'all, how do you feel about reevaluating impact fees?
guided by statutes.
The governor is pretty much taking care of that.
Meaning what?
Meaning that there was pretty strict rules that it just got passed in this last legislature.
But it is still possible
It's
to
possible
reevaluate.
to reevaluate what we have, but not to the point that you really would want.
Right, because I mean, whatever county's doing, I thought it was good.
Well, I don't mind reevaluating, but let's keep in mind.
They've actually been studying it.
And if I might add, with the new legislation that's passed regarding impact fees, it actually probably makes keeping a constant eye on those impact fee levels even more important, because now if they do get way out of whack, it's gonna take us a very long time to fix that.
It says a percentage increase.
And another reason that they're doing it is, they had one or two fees that, they weren't charging for anymore.
Right, the Parks and Rec fee, there was another one
There's
too.
another
They
one.
had
I think
a
they
moratorium on
reinstated
them.
one, but I don't know if it's 100%.
During the recession, maybe.
Plus, they're trying to, at the same time, in conjunction with that, create a way to provide incentives for workforce housing, within the county. So they're trying to tippy toe on that, because some of the incentives they would do would be through impact fees.
And I don't know where we are at on impact fees. If we have moratoriums on anything at all, if it's appropriate, or
I don't think we have any moratorium on impact fees. I think from my perspective on it, the focus of ours would be on, are we charging the appropriate amount? Are we charging an amount that covers the impacts that we're talking about?
Yeah, there is a decent amount of land on the west side of the bridge that is still to be developed that we have, that we just need to make sure that our impact fees are appropriate in some areas, especially if we have large PUDs coming.
Just
Megan needs to look
keep
at
in mind this new legislation limited how much we can get, over our whole period.
Yes, it's 15%.
It's 25% per year.
So, do y'all think they need looked at, or should we?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So
It's one more tool in your toolbox that you need to make sure it stays in line with the cost.
Okay. All right. So that's something that you can take up. Okay. So we talked about the golf course. I also want to talk about our other tenant. We have Funky Pelican. They have changed their hours. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not concerned why. But it is it's a violation of contract.
Yeah,
Oh.
Communicated it to their lawyer.
Okay. So, is there a plan to get in compliance?
Really, all they would have to do to come into compliance is come and make a request to you to approve the hours that they put up there, which is the conversation they had with their lawyer. So I'm surprised that we haven't gotten it. So I'll call them again.
Yeah, I have concerns about that. We cannot have one business that is not in compliance with contract, and then we'll get another business, and it gets real sticky, and you're either following the contract or not. And so I would lean towards an aggressive stance with that, Mr. Bellman.
While you're on that point, we've got these two leases. We just sent out a letter to the golf course. I think we need to do a better job of communicating with their tenants by means of a formal letter, something in black and white, rather than hit them with something that's was done a year and a half prior. So I just think that if the phone call doesn't work, then send them a default letter.
Well, brief steps.
Yeah, well, it would be default, so we deemed it that. Put it black and white.
I would think that would be an appropriate step, just to letting them know that they're in breach of contract. Is that a consensus?
I agree. I think that, here again, we just keep getting our hats on the back. But I mean, there's been so many months and years that have gone by where there hasn't been a follow-up or follow-through on these kinds of things here. And now I see that happening with the one letter that we have right here. From golf course, and I see the same thing's going to happen with Dr. Duncan or any other entity that we have a contract with. It's just a matter of follow-up and having people do their job and do what they're supposed to. And once they get away with it, find out that there's no consequences, then they just say, heck with it, I just let it go. I totally agree.
Do you have something?
I do. I don't know if this has ever been done before or if it's been a thought, but maybe we should set up a annual meeting with, we only have two tenants, and go over annually the requirements of their lease and what are they not doing, what are they doing, and it's just a good, almost like a temperature check with the tenants to say, these are the rules.
I don't know.
Well, I think that's a great idea. It's all about communication and expectations, and I think Commissioner Bryan had a great point. There's been no consequence to the behavior of those that have been our tenants. So consistency counts and communication counts. So let's have a time where we sit down with them once a year, and they know my phone number, they know Penny's phone number. I mean, make sure they know that if they have questions, give us a call, because we're going to be following up.
Well, and they can bring their concerns to us. It's not about our concerns to them.
Absolutely.
Well, I would say, if you say have a meeting with us, I would probably point to you for that. I don't think that needs to involve all of us.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Me too. Us meaning city.
Me representing you and your interests, knowing, I talk to y'all all the time.
Okay.
And consistency is important, communication is important, and if there's an issue that needs to be raised to your level, I will do that.
I just didn't want to go through Funky Pelicans contract and say, hey, this is where you're not doing your job.
No.
I'm already doing that now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a consensus. We're going to send them some style of breach letter. Right?
Mr. Whitson and I will work on it.
Okay, thank you. That is all I got. Drew.
Only thing I had was we had code enforcement yesterday. We had one case. It was really just a status update, but it was Paul Harrington's property, which I think most of you are aware had CO issues, which would have been done, hadn't been permitted. The property remains safe. That was the product of our first code enforcement line before Paul passed. It had been made safe. The fire hazards that Rick McFadden was concerned about had been feared. Bobby Jones and Rick had been out there. They were been invited out there several times. They were out again yesterday morning. Remained safe. Nobody's occupying it anymore. They did cease occupancy of it. So they complied with the initial part of the magistrate's order 2 months ago. I guess it was 2 months ago. And remain in compliance with that. The next status update on will be 60 days because now obviously what was already a complicated situation has become much more complicated with Paul's passing. So the city is certainly very understanding of the predicament that the life estate holder is in, and trying to help as we can. There's just not much we can do because there's a lot of legal issues. In any situation where a property owner passes or where the person who's controlling the property in this case passes, and then you have the life estate on top of that. Dennis Mayer is representing the estate, and Matt McGuire is representing Paul's estate, and Matt McGuire's partner is representing the Slash, the good enforcement proceedings. Went very well. I don't know what the final result will be, but I think Miss Lynch and her sister understand that she is going to have to put effort into taking care of the situation. It's not just going to be so I was happy about that. That was my biggest concern, was that she just walked away, and now we're going to have an even bigger problem. I don't want somebody even to go to and say, you have to do something. So that message was conveyed very well by the magistrate, and it seemed to be well received.
The son isn't of age yet.
He's 21.
Is he 21?
But again,
Well, I don't.
part of the challenge with that property is it wasn't owned by Paul. It had been put into Teresa R. Lynch life estate. So it's the beneficiaries of the estate, her being the primary beneficiary of the life estate, that is the legal owner of the property. Paul had kind of divested himself for personal ownership of that. That's part of the challenge that Dennis's firm has.
City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one item on the American Rescue Act. The city is due to receive a little over $2.1 million. The plan going forward that I would recommend to the board is that we form a small task force. Perhaps one person from the economic development group that you already have, one business representative from the Business Bureau, because the funds from the federal side come through because of COVID. Maybe someone from the health department, perhaps a former mayor like Mayor Provencher, a former elected official, and a citizen at large, just a small group. We would brief that group, make sure they understand the genesis of the legislation, what the allowed uses are. Then we would put together a list of projects and plans and things that we could do with the $2.1 million. That bring it to this board, let you, decide and consider that a recommendation, and then once you approve it, we would package it up real nice and send it to Tallahassee. And then Tallahassee would then sign off on that, and then the federal government would then allocate the funds in good order. So that's our plan going forward. I think the plan will work. It seems to check all the boxes that I'm aware of at this point with the guidance that's come from U.S. Treasury. So that is what I'm suggesting to you tonight.
Commissioner Brown.
What is the timeline on submitting the application?
I don't think there is any timelines. I think they want the smaller cities like us to go away and forget what, and then somebody else will spend the money. I really feel like that the guidance is just now coming out on this, and the sooner we get it done and in, my goal would be to have this on its way to Tallahassee by the end of the summer or the beginning of the fall. And then I expect the allocation would it will come in two parts. I'm told by the Treasury guidance that you'll get the first half once the plan is in place and approved, and then they would then send you the second half of it maybe a year later. The legislation says it has to be all completed and spent by, I think, December 30th of 2024.
Okay, so that's why I asked, because I'm going to make sure that we're not getting our applications up, so it's all gone. I'm sure we don't have to worry about
So the money's been allocated.
Yes.
With our name on it.
Right. Exactly, but they're not going to give it to you.
Right, but it's not like it's going to go.
This is something you want a consensus on? Yes. We have a consensus?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Turn it on. All right, Ben?
So every year the ILA Oversight Committee for the School Concurrency, they meet, even though Flagler Beach really doesn't have a place for a school, we're still part of the district, and they do meet to discuss it. Larry Torino has been involved in this review process over the last several months, so he's aware of what's going on, making sure everything goes right for the city. But the final issue is they would like two people to be appointed representatives, she said, from the commission to attend their annual meeting on this. Unfortunately, that meeting date is June 10th, the same as your regular commission meeting, and their meeting time is between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. And when she told me this, I informed her, I said, you're not going to get anybody. They're not going to go to your meeting and miss their own. She says, well, how about if they select them, I can send them the information, they can review it and provide comments to her, and they can be read into the record at that meeting. So I'm just looking for two people who are willing to review some information. I don't know how much or how little, and make comments back to them.
Okay, volunteered.
Jane and Debbie?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Oh.
I'm talking military, never mind.
So that was all I had.
Alright, chief,
Yes, sir.
nothing.
Other than I can't believe the mayor said, check their temperature.
I said temperature check.
Motion to adjourn.
There you go.
Alright, we adjourned.
Temperature check, post-COVID. Bring them in for a temperature
If I
check.
sign it, it's going to the lawyer because I have to. If you sign it, you can go to the
Boy, day. I'm
Yeah, that's why I said you and I work on it, because I hadn't worked that through in my head, it was better to go to the lawyer.
Hey, the next time you talk to those folks over at Funky's, 313-4911.